Welcome, welcome. It has been a minute, I will not lie, but I have been dealing with some business on and off sick. It's ridiculous. I might need to go take care of that. But so I've been dealing with some illnesses on and off. When you have a child, your child gets sick, therefore you get sick. Also, some possible complications. I'm pretty sure I've had COVID probably twice by now. I'm pretty sure, even though I've tested negative. I've never tested positive, but I'm pretty sure I've had it because people I live with have had it, and I had similar symptoms. I just got lucky. Now, aside from that, mm, as I take some of my Meijir Tokai Asu, 6 puntios. If you don't know what that is, that's the sugar level. It's a wine. It is a wine based out of Hungary. I like sweet wines, usually ice wines. But I'm finding that I also like the higher, what they call puntios, six. This one's a six. Fairly sweet. There are some where I mean, this one's smooth, but it's not like one of my favorites of Vidal ice wine. A specific brand, Jackson Triggs. It's like drinking, it's like drinking apple juice. That's how smooth it is. Aside from that, and me taking a sip out of that, we're gonna talk about this interview. An interview done by Club Shay Shay. Shout out to Shannon Sharpe. I will give credit where it's due. He has definitely, he's definitely on my radar when it comes to interviewing. That's what I will say. He asked some fairly good questions. He allowed the Steve to talk and whatnot, and I like that. Like they're not too domineering. The people where it's an interview and it's like, okay, you're letting them talk, and you're just kind of letting them get there. Also to Steve, of course, because Steve, of course, he's used to talking to people. So as a TV personality and everything, he's actually a very good person to interview because he can speak and articulate himself despite when he talks about his background with stuttering and whatnot. Now that being said, I give them both credit for where they are. Both of them have worked their ways to where they are. Period. Both Shannon Sharp and Steve, especially Steve, because I will say, of course, the interview he's going in depth with his experience. I will say this: I definitely gained a new founding respect for Steve and where he is, and now I gain a new understanding as to why his ideology. Of course, there is truth in there, and I'll talk about that. And then there's also some conflicting things which Jason Black mentions on his last business broadcast. Um, you can find these in the description. At the bottom, you'll find the business broadcast where he's talking about it, and then also you'll find the Club Shay Shay interview along with some timestamps, some key timestamps that I'm going to show on here. The first being, I'm I saw the clip of this online. I actually created a post. There was a slight error in the post. Apparently, her ex was not dead. He's still alive. He was a drug dealer, however. He just did a 30-year bid, right? Actually, I think he got a pardon, but he was, in jail for his 30. Um, and then apparently, I learned through the business that she also dealt with and had children with his cousin, which was also a drug dealer. So, you know, and I'm referring to Marjorie Harvey and her ex-husbands and the father of her children, or at least two of them. I don't know if she has a third or anything. Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and play the clip where this was the one. This is the main one they got the most ridicule. And then I can go ahead and begin the dive, the reflex. On the entire interview, I will continue to play some clips here and there. But let's go ahead and run the clip. Hold on. This might be the wrong clip. Forgive me, guys. I was watching another clip. Yeah, I was watching another clip. Here it is. Found it. All right, so now I'm going to play the clip that is in question that I've been seeing clips of. And now this is the point of contention. Jason Black did a dive on it. He explained why it was the way it was. Apparently, I guess there were people thinking that he was trying to do some sort of Derek Jackson bullshit. I just replied to it, and especially on my post, I was like, okay, Steve Klein here. Now, I hadn't watched the entire interview at this point, but now I have a little more understanding as to why he believes what he believes. Of course, like I said, Jason Black also explained that very well, but at the same time, he was clowning. And it's worrisome. I understand it, but I also know that common sense apparently is not common. That's my concern with it, and I'll explain that a little later. For now, the clip. Okay, fair use, fair use. I'm I'm definitely gonna talk about this, and also kind of as I watch the entire thing, I'll go into some of the stuff he was talking about, and then you'll hopefully you'll kind of understand what I was seeing as I'm watching the interview. I'm like, okay, that's why. He has a very interesting. Steve has a very interesting relationship, as we all have a interesting relationship with the opposite sex, as as that often is. But he has a very interesting relationship in his life, in his experience in life with women, and what you're supposed to do with them. I think the most of it comes from, of course, like a lot of people, his parents. So let me see. Let me continue this clip a little bit more. Now I'm going to stop it there for a reason. So I want you to remember those last two sentences that he said, and where Shannon had turned it on the whole, that strong independent bullshit that black women do today. I don't need a man that yeah, yeah. Now remember, that's what Shannon was, he was giving some pushback. And then notice how Steve flipped it right back at the end of that. That's why I'm stopping it here. Notice how he was like, well, hell, who don't need a man? And then notice how he flipped it. But what man don't need a woman? This is the reflex. Let's get to it. So there was leading up to that clip, there is this is actually a very, like I said, shout out. I will give credit where credit is due. This was a good interview. It was very in depth. It was fairly. I mean, I can say it was very in depth from my perspective. I learned a lot more about Steve, his upbringing, his view on life, why it is he believes the thing he believes, and also some of the conflicting. Yeah. So just like that last clip, there were some contradictions in what he was saying. Because, like I said, I paused it right where it was because you notice how he flipped it at the end, where you're talking about the strong, independent, I don't need no man type, and he said, "Hell, that's a lie. What women don't need a man?" And then he immediately flipped it right at the end because I guess he realized that this could come back and bite him in the butt. So he was like, "But what? Not, what?" But, so he kind of flipped it back real quick. But what man don't need a woman? But I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? No, it's true. I myself have said I wouldn't rather not live in a world without women. I myself have said that, and that is very true. I mean, I'm sorry. It's cool. Yeah. Hey, guys are very good with solving problems. We're good with that. We're good at excelling for extended periods of times, at tasks and stuff. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, it's cool being around guys when you need to. I'm an introvert, so I don't need to be around people like that. But I do enjoy the company of a, how can I say it, uh, a woman that is not just any woman, not just any woman, a woman that understands, and I'll say I'll leave it at that. A woman that understands. And when I say, oh, well, understand what, Joel? Well, understands the dynamic. Yeah, I'll say it like that. She's there for a reason. I'm there for a reason. She's with me for a reason. Where there's an understanding in why she's there and what she can contribute. Actually, as we get along later in this interview, um, you know, Steve actually does say something that I've said, I believe in a prior unforced error. So I'm going to be mentioning some of the prior videos I've done because he does say, like I said, this is a very good interview. He does say some stuff that is very true. He does say some stuff where, you know, much like what I do when I'm trying to understand things in life, you know, the all the novels from Robert Greene, you know, Ray Dalio, et cetera, et cetera, all these people that help you understand the general, in a way, it is somewhat of a repeating, echoing pattern and the general understanding of human nature, why people do the way what we do, life in general, as you know, a general understanding of life, how people can rationalize anything, literally anything, because it's all based off of what you believe, and you can't. It's a belief for most people. Like imagine you can't really attack someone's belief because it's what they fucking believe. That's one of the reasons why I mean, I'm not religious myself, but I understand religion. I understand why some people, you know, they need that because it can help. It can be a very strong motivating factor for a lot of people. It's a very powerful tool. But at the same time, you know, you don't have religion without belief. Religion is a belief. That's exactly what it is. It's a belief. And of course, Steve is religious. I don't know. I don't think they talked about what church. I think he does talk about it with his mom. I was raised Baptist, of course. I just could never take to it because I have a very scientific mind, and I was one of those kids that never believed all the BS. Santa Claus, all that stuff. I was like, okay, that. I mean, hey, I get what y'all trying to do, but I mean, I'm just not that. I was never that. To be honest, I was one of those kids where I wish, well, I wish my dad would have showed me some stuff when it comes to like electronics and stuff. Because I would have been one of those kids. I would have been building rockets and shit and robots. Like seriously, like if yeah, that's literally what I would have been doing. I mean, I was already taking apart my toys and stuff and putting them back together just to see how they work. So I was a tinkerer at heart, but I was one of those kids. I want to take shit apart, put it back together, build shit. That's the type of kid I was. So I was different. Most kids are watching, I didn't even know what Cartoon Network was until I got to probably like middle school or high school because I was watching National Geographic, Discovery, Science Channel, Animal Planet. I was watching. That's why I know a lot of. Well, it's fairly irrelevant, but that's why I know a lot of just stuff in general because I was watching all those channels and learning all the different animals and all these different science, you know, discoveries and stuff, and that's just how I was. So I could see I have a better understanding of Steve, and like I said, it actually improved my respect for him because I now understand like okay, yeah, he's not talking from a place of ignorance. I mean, there's a little bit, but well, I wouldn't even call it ignorance. It's his rationalizing, and unfortunately, we as humans, what we tend to do, especially for people that have a fairly good amount of success, which he does. He has a very good work ethic, so he could give himself credit, but I mean, for him, I mean, we all know he wouldn't be where he is if it weren't for him. But he can give that. I know dudes that do that. Go ahead and flatter your woman. You can give your woman her credit for what she's done. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But there are some danger in the statements that he said, for sure, for sure. Also, there's some danger in some of the things that I've heard him say, and we'll get to that later. But yeah, there was some. Let's just say it raised an eyebrow. It raised an eyebrow. Now, to begin, the dynamic, uh, the understanding here. So one of the first things, understanding Steve and his general, how can I say, experience in life. This was one of those things, like I said, you can check the time stuff, but this is one of those instances where, okay, he had to go through some shit, as we all do. Most of us, unfortunately, don't get all the way through it. And for whatever reason, I mean, let's just be real. This type of success, I mean, if you go and watch the interview, you'll actually understand, like, okay, a lot of shit literally kind of like, yes, his work ethic is there and everything. But when he got on, there was some shit where like he was literally about to quit, and then all of a sudden he called and got that thing with the Showtime at Apollo, and then apparently there was another thing where it was in his head because mind you he was trying to he wanted to do the thing, he got in a potential gig at the Apollo, but the thing was he was in Florida, it's in New York, and he didn't have the money to get there, and he was like, oh shit, I only got like 4 days to get there. And then come to find out, the same dude was like, "Hey, we actually got something in Florida. Uh, can you do that for like 2 nights or something like that?" So he actually earned the money so he could go that Sunday to New York. You see what I'm saying? So talk about timing there. Like he was literally calling home because he's about to quit, and then there he finds his break. You see what I'm saying? So there is that. Okay. So there is some luck here. Well, I'll call it what it is. It is luck. Now he calls it divine intervention. Like I said, he's religious. You give meaning to what you need to However you need to understand it in life, that's one of our powers as humans. We give meaning to things. So his way of giving meaning to things goes through that religious perspective, that religious spectacle. That's how he sees things. I understand it. But at the same time, you have to realize, okay, had it been the week after, he would have already quit. He would have gave up. I mean, he probably still would have did it because, he probably would have been back at his dad's place on the farm. But you see what I'm saying? Like timing. It could have never happened. It could have been a month or two after. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about. It was a lot of it was timing, and it was like, okay, that's the moment. And I've had situations like that where I make a phone call or something like that, and I find something out, and then I'm like, oh, and then and that's now this is where, okay, this is where the hard work comes into play because I am one of those people that believes yes, there are circumstances, there is luck, even who was it? You're gonna get mad at me for having a brain fart at this moment. But I'm seeing his face, but for some reason his name's not coming to me. One of the most known, wealthiest, most successful investors of all time, Buffett. There we go, Buffett. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right there. But Warren Buffett, he even says like, yeah, he was lucky because he was born at the time he was born, and it just so happens what his skill, what his purpose, or what his craft in life was particularly very useful for that period of time that he was born into. He even talked like, and this is why I have a respect for Warren Buffett because at least he's actually willing to be honest about his circumstances. He was like, "Hey, I was born white in America," which is, I mean, he didn't say it was run by a white supremacist system, but he pretty much said like, "Yeah, I was born white in a time where being white gave you some benefits, and it was during a time where stocks and everything's were at a period of time where if you made proper judgments, you could have benefited the most out of it. Because yes, you can run the same play as Warren Buffett and Ray Dalio today, but let's just be real, a good deal of the gains that they had will not be replicated doing the exact same thing they did because now everybody knows. So now everybody's playing the same game that they were playing. And yes, the stocks will, will I'm gonna say it like as if they will continue to climb. Some won't, but they will continue to climb. But let's just be real. If it's one thing I learned in finance, when everybody's doing this the exact same strategy, you know, yeah, it might decrease the risk, but it also decreases the reward. You see, so you won't see the same type of success they did. Of course, also they did a lot of extra. That's where the work ethic comes in. But what I'm getting to is, yes, there was some luck there, but he was in a position and he had the work ethic to take advantage of it. And that's where this comes in play. Now, the clip I'm going to play, this actually is very understandable. Like I said, I'm talking about just in general, everyday life. And Steve talks about one of those dynamics that we all go through. And it plays into something he had said earlier. I don't know if Steve only dated black women. I don't know if he dealt with other races of women. I myself have only dated black women. Um, and one of those dynamics that you unfortunately have to deal with in our era is there is the sisterhood. I talk about the unforced era where you have to acknowledge the sisterhood. You have to acknowledge where we are, how things are, and also why they are. There is a very unique dynamic that black Americans often referred to as ADOS or FBA, there is a very unique dynamic we have that other people, no one else on this planet has. Okay, so it's no, and on top of that, you have a dominant society that literally has reason to see us fail. Actually, they desire to see us fail, right? So they're actually promoting our demise. They're inserting and implanting spies and turncoats in our societies that are doing nothing more than helping the very societies, but they see them as threats because, and I'm referring to the Black Panthers as well as other organizations. Yeah, they have a reason for not seeing black empowerment. They have incentive for that. Now, one of those dynamics. And this is why I said he has a very unique, I mean, of course, because it's him, but I'm like, okay, he has a fairly balanced, you know, relationship with the women in his life. So some of you thinking, he's an absolute kiss ass because of the women in his life, or, he was one of those lucky guys. Like, no, because he literally mentions here where there was a teacher he was with that was literally crushing his dreams. Now, so this is one of like, it's not like it was a male teacher. He has some sort of hatred for men. And he doesn't even have hatred for women because if he actually had hatred for women, he wouldn't be with Marjorie. And as he explained his relationship with her, he wouldn't be in that type of relationship. And he actually has some incentive for that. And he actually refers to how he possibly was going down that road. So, and I'm actually probably going to do something at the end of this video that you guys probably don't expect. So stay in tune for that. But you see how he had a female teacher. I can only assume she was black. I can only assume that. I don't know. But he has a dynamic with the teacher. He did an assignment, and I guess it was like, of course, if you watch the video, he explains it. But it was like assignment was like, what do you want to be in life or whatever. He said he wanted to be on TV, and he explains how he thought the teacher called him up there to kind of promote, you know, which is something we're supposed to do with our young men in society when they have a dream, something that, could come through fruition. I mean, if he had said he wanted to be a doctor, something like that, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, if it's something like that, hey, go ahead and do that. And I'm actually going to talk about that too with his father because there is a difference. Every young boy wants to be an athlete and a rapper, but we already know, yeah, I ain't going to do that. So you're supposed to promote the children. You're supposed to big up them, and this is actually a dynamic that I've seen myself numerous times, where you have um, often, because most teachers are women. Often the women, especially in classroom settings, and they are like in Steve's situation, like what he's saying right here, isn't new to me. I have seen this. I have, in a way, been through this myself, where someone is just usually someone that as a child, especially as a child, mind you, and just wrecking your dreams like that is traumatic. That is very traumatic for a child. And then it doesn't stop there because, and this is the double whammy, not only is it the teacher, but it's also his mom that gets in on it. Now, in defense of the teacher, Steve only refers to that's a interesting pause right there on Shannon. But he refers to the teacher, and and they called home, said he being a smart ass or whatever. Okay, Steve kind of doesn't, man. He kind of did have a smart mouth, so he may or may not have done or said something. I don't know. I'm just kind of, I'm just saying because I don't know if the teacher just wanted to completely wreck his life, which can, and I've seen happen where the teacher literally does fabricate some shit or does call home in that case, in that situation. I mean, I myself, I went through some shit where I was in a Christian school, and the white boy pushed me down, and it was for a stupid reason. He stopped to tie his shoe. We were supposed to be going into the classroom. We were in a line, so of course, like I've seen all the time when one student stops. Now, mind you, we're going into the classroom to go to our desk. So all you gotta do is go in, walk in, go in your desk. He stopped to tie his shoe. He was taking a while. I literally stood there. The other kids and the teacher were already in the classroom, right? And it was me and like some other kids behind me, right? Because we were towards the back of the line. So I'm just like, okay, let me just walk around him and just go in the classroom and he can just catch up, right? Well, he ain't like that. Apparently, as I'm walking, now mind you, he did this of course when my back was turned. But as I'm walking around him, he comes up behind me. I guess he just forgot about tying his shoe, or he finally finished, and he pushed me down. And apparently, the teacher came out right at that moment, and kudos to the teacher. And we both got sent to the office. Now, mind you, he pushed me. We both got spankings. Now, of course, he's a white kid. I'm a black kid. Everybody else at the damn, I'm at a fucking Christian school. They're all white, of course. So you already know why they gave us both spankings. And I literally, I think that I sat down with the principal because he's the one that does the spanking. This was years ago. I don't think they do spankings anymore. But he did the paddling and whatnot. And I remember I was thinking, I was like, why the fuck am I getting the paddling when I'm the one that got fucking pushed? I remember thinking that to myself. I'm like, I'm the one that got fucking pushed. I think I had a scrape on my leg or something. And I'm like, I'm the one who fucking suffered here. What the fuck am I getting the paddling for? And I remember that principal, he kind of brought us both in there, and it was kind of that kumbaya bullshit. And I remember he looked at me, he's like, and I don't know if I asked it. I was like, why did I get a like? Why did I gotta get a paddling? I might have asked before or something like that, but because I remember I know I thought that, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, he's the one that pushed me. Why the fuck? Okay, he already made up his mind he was gonna give him a spanking because he pushed me and everything. But I'm like, why the fuck am I getting a paddling? Of course, you know, those of you watching this know why. White supremacy, racism, right? You can't just spank the white boy because he did something bad. Like, oh no, the black boy did something too. I'm pretty sure. And you gotta spank him too. So I remember he said some bullshit like that, like, oh, he wanted to spank us both because reasons or some shit. But I do remember thinking, I'm like, wait a second, why do I gotta get a spanking here? So I don't know whether or not, and of course, I think they might have called home or some bullshit too after that. But I don't know whether or not Steve did do something wrong. Said something. He did say he had a smart mouth. I don't know if this was before that, but he might have. I don't know, possibly. Oh, now what he's about to say, what he's about to say. This partially goes into proxy violence. This I can actually relate to. And when I say proxy violence, I mean someone I might commit a violent act, but someone I talked about this earlier. I think I talked about it with Dr. Tia Johnson as well. But it was someone else that told me something that made me go commit that act. Like, say, and this has happened, my sister says somebody touched her, put hands on her. She's expecting me to go whoop his ass. And then come to find out she lied about it. You see what I'm saying? So she's using me to go commit violence on her behalf. That's proxy violence. And I actually do believe that a lot of the dudes that have committed crimes, proven crimes, because we already know they like to convict people wrongfully, but a lot of us who a lot of those us black men that have committed a proper crime. I don't know why I said it like that, but you're actually committed the crime that you're convicted of. um a lot Quite a bit of it is he said she said shit. Like, she got Pookie and Ray Ray to go at each other. That type of shit. The hood rat got Pookie and Ray Ray to go at each other, and one of them beat up the other one. Or what tends to happen, one of them starts shooting the other one, and they kill each other, or one kills the other. That type shit. Because I do know that that's how a lot of women do their thing. I mean, um, Emmett Till and the recent death of his murderer. She was complicit because she said that Emmett did something that he didn't do, but it got him murdered. You see what I'm saying? That's proxy violence. That's something white women did throughout all time, you know? So there's always that proxy violence. It's actually a very useful tactic. I do believe it's in the 48 Laws of Power. Um, Tends to be used heavily by women because the women tend to be a lot more manipulative. Guys tend to lower our defenses around women because we do see them favorably, right? And case in point, Cleopatra. She literally got Caesar and Mark Antony to do her bidding for her. So, one of the most successful and well-known seductress of all time, Cleopatra. Now, back to the story. Um, the proxy violence here is Steve's mom, whom, mind you, she's religious. Steve's mom is religious. She's in the church and all that, right? But mind you, she's trying to get his father to beat his ass. Now, Steve might not he might not said it like I said it, but yeah, that's pretty much it. If she think you acting out, you making her look bad. Because mind you, the female, like I said, you remember the sisterhood. So that teacher was a sister, most likely, and calling his mom a sister, and they kind of linked up on code. And she like, oh, you making me look bad, in reference to the sisterhood, right? So she's trying to put him back in line, but she's not going to do it herself for her reasons. So instead, and I saw this happen in my household as well when I was growing up, mom goes to get dad to do the whoopings. So now it's dad that's taking on the negative reinforcements in a way. And that's why people have the usual that type of relationship between their moms and dad. Mom usually does the positive reinforcement, and what they don't know is, well, guess what? Mom's technically also doing the negative reinforcement, but she usually goes to get dad for that because it's mom snitching on you. You did something wrong. Guess who told dad? Mom did. Oh, it's another one of those things where, like I said, hey, shout out to the moms. You know how to play the game. Un- And the unfortunate thing about motherhood is you don't have the dad. I mean, some of the single moms, they'll get the baby daddy. They'll still tell the dad baby daddy, and they can get the baby daddy to do all that. But in the case of the woman where they don't know the father of the child or whatever, now she has to take on both roles. So she actually she has to do the positive and negative reinforcement, right? But usually moms, they tend to stick to the positive reinforcement because that makes them more favorable. That you like the positivity. You like it when mom gives you stuff and she says stuff. You don't like it when dad snatches you up and whoops your ass. I mean, you don't like that, right? But in this situation, Steve's dad is actually the one of reason. Now, this is one of those things where I have to give it a little more context because Steve's telling his story. He's telling his story, and this is where I don't know whether or not I mean, he's trying to relate it to people, and it's good storytelling. It's good. You can learn from it if you can understand it. But like I said, common sense isn't common. So, in order for me to break it down, what I take away from this, what I'm seeing and understanding from this, there could have been something in Steve's dad where he saw some potential. He knew, like, for example, if I know my son is hardworking and my son says he wants to be a fucking astronaut, I'm going to back him up. I'm probably even going to go so far as to possibly go into a reasonable amount of debt to get him some science stuff or to send him some places so he can put himself in position to be an astronaut. If I see my son has and this is where I said like his father was the voice of reason. When you see something in your son, and this is why fathers are so important. When you see something in your son as a man, you see he has the work ethic. You could see he has competence because he worked on the farm and everything. I'm pretty sure his dad, he could probably tell him how to do a task one time and Steve go take care of that. You see what I'm saying? So he didn't have to keep telling his son or whatever. I'm giving it extra context. I'm actually just kind of giving it extra context here. I'm not sure whether or not I'm just giving you an example. So he probably saw Steve was a competent, hardworking little boy, and then he saw these women where it's like, okay, what's wrong with his dreams? Like he literally just said he wants to be on TV. It's not like he said something crazy. He wants to be a fairy or some shit, a magical fairy or something. Like, no, like if he wants to be on TV, I mean, what's wrong with that? I mean, why y'all sitting up here literally murdering this boy's dreams? So mind you, in this situation, his father is a voice of reason, and his actually his father, the male in his life, where you would think Steve would favor his father. Of course, he still has some love for his mother because of the father. And he talks about that later on, where it's because of his father that they are so protective of his mother, which says a lot about his father as well, and the dynamic between the love story of his mother and his father, which is unique to them, which is unique to Steve and his upbringing, which is why I'm telling you how, yes, Steve has truth in life in his struggle and everything like that, but he also has some very subjective things where it was exclusive to his understanding in life and the things that he's gone through, which is why I said at the beginning, I understand why he had made those comments. Unfortunately, there's some concerns, and we'll get to that. But in this situation, it's the father who's like, "What's wrong with him having a dream?" It's like, because my thing is like, okay, if he wrote on his thing that his dream was to be on TV, okay, that's not crazy. It's not like he said he wanted to be the biggest and baddest person on TV and everything, et cetera, et cetera. No, he just said he wanted to be on TV. He could have been a TV host or something. He could have just been a normal, regular TV host, newscaster, something like that. Why kill his fucking dreams? You see what I'm saying? And shout out to his father for being understanding. But I'm assuming that his dad in this situation, he saw something in Steve where he was like, okay, he's not like some of those lazy motherfuckers out here. He's hardworking. He's fairly, he had that stutter or whatever, but he's like he's competent. He's hardworking, and for us as guys, we look for certain things in young boys and other men. Unfortunately, the women tend not to care because when you're young and hot, women get their women get their check up front. I'll say it like that. Guys, we got to earn our money. We got to earn ours. We got to invest ours. Women get theirs up front, right? It's theirs. It's theirs to. It's literally theirs to lose. Of course, some women are born with less than others, but if you play your cards right, you can actually make it work for you. Now, this plays into his whole dynamic. Actually, I'm going to continue on to a clip where he talks about his mom. He talks about both his parents and their dynamic and why his mom, his dad is the hard ass, his mom as the church lady. Now that you see what I'm saying? Like there's truth here. So this is a man to another young man, his son. That's true life's teaching right there. You see what I'm saying? This is why I said this is a good interview because there is truth here. And to be honest, the only point in contention that I really have is back here. That's really, you can go look at that timestamp. Is right around 150 something. That's the only real point of contention because that's where it's like, okay, he's got hell of a work ethic, very competent, more than capable, worked his way in it. Because mind you, he had that stutter and everything. He worked through that. He did the thing he had to do. He did the things he had to do to get prepared for the launch. He worked on, his speech and all that stuff. And I'll talk about also his ability as he analyzed his craft when it came to comedy, stand-up comedy, jokes. And he did something that I often do like when I watch sports. And I talk about how um when I'm watching sports, I'm not watching the game as a fan. I'm I'm watching it and I'm seeing the tactics. I'm seeing the preparation. I'm seeing the potential outcomes. Okay, if so and so can get around that corner, if they can lock this player down, you know, I'm seeing the strategy relating it to warfare. You see? So I'm analyzing it with my scientific mind. I'm not just watching it. And oftentimes I can be annoying when watching sports because I'm looking at the sports, I'm like, oh, that was a good play. And then I'll break down the play and why it was good or why it was bad or what they should change and what should you see what I'm saying? Like I'm literally analyzing the play. And I do have a background high school sports. But at the same time, because I understand and because of all the training that I have done personally, I have a general respect for those athletes because I can see the work ethic. I saw all the work I put in. Unfortunately, injury ended me, but I saw all the work I put in. I'm talking about to fucking die, heat strokes, that kind of shit. 3 a days, 2 a days, 90 degrees, 100 degrees outside. Like I saw the work ethic I put into it. Unfortunately, an injury took me out. But those that continued on, like Shannon Sharpe and others, those that continued through that shit, like my God, like I respect that. You see what I'm saying? Like I have a general respect because I understand. So this is where you have to separate yourself from ignorance and you understand. I understand and I respect it. Unfortunately, ignorant people, they can be fairly disrespectful because they don't understand, right? I understand. I respect it. I give respect where it's due. Now, yeah, so he talks about his mom. She's in the church. She was Sunday school. So it's kind of like that ironic dynamic, the churchy mom and the hard dad. And then you kind of you kind of wonder to yourself, how does that dynamic work out? It's been it's been my experience in life. Those tend to be the best types of dynamics. I don't like the relationships where like both of the people are into the exact same things. Those are kind of weird to me, and I kind of wonder how does that even work? Because in that type of situation, how is there a correction? It's like having a yes man. One of the worst things you can do in life, especially when like one of the biggest errors people make when they're successful is they keep a bunch of yes men around them. People are afraid of offending them, so they turn into yes men. So you could be absolutely fucking up your life making the wrong decisions, and then because that person's afraid of offending you, they just to go along with whatever you're going along with, and they're your yes man, and they're condoning it. And it's not just them; it's like all the people around you. So when you wonder like why the hell did some of these celebrities make some of the dumbass, just crazy ass decisions? Why did they say some of the dumb, crazy shit that they say? They got a bunch of yes men around them. So imagine if you think it. Now, mind the words I'm saying. Imagine if you think you can't be wrong. Imagine if you think you can't be wrong. Now, I'm talking about that from third person. Now let's think about it as first person. I can't be wrong, right? So third person, we're looking at the person, right? Imagine if you think you can't be wrong. Now we're thinking as that person in first person. I can't be wrong. That's how you got people saying some of the crazy stuff that they say, doing some of the crazy stuff, and usually celebrities. Or they're just so ignorant. Like I said, they don't know how stupid they are. I think it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. They don't know how dumb they are. That also. But that dynamic between his mom and his dad, I do find that very useful because they can check each other. It's good to have someone that is in the church and has that kind of vibe to them because there is some positivity from the Bible. The Bible is a book of wisdom. So there is wisdom there. Like I said, I'm not religious. I respect it. I respect it. I understand it. So there's wisdom there, and it's good to have. I love quotes. I love quotes that are able to simplify very key, very critical um, teachings. Right? That's why I do the quote of the day because I love quotes. I love a good quote. I absolutely love a good quote. It's like poetry to me. It's like music to me. Well, I mean, technically, music is music to me, but it's like that. It's like I see a good quote, I read it, and then I read it again, and I read it again, I read it again, and then like I just break it apart and all the words and how it relates to everything. I love a good quote. I love it. One of the quotes of my life. Um, I always wondered, growing up as a young black man in America, a young black boy, um, there's this over sexualization put upon us. So one of the quotes that means the most to me is by Oscar Wilde. Everything in the world is about sex except sex. Sex is about power. And then now I'm like going back through my Rolodex of memories and all those sexual encounters that I saw between the dynamic of men and women and etc. Now I'm starting to see power in their dynamics. Oh, he was at a certain place in his life. That's why she preferred him over him. And then I'm seeing the people today and how their lives turned out. Right. So I'm gonna let him finish talking about his mom and how she kept him in the church and all that. Now, shout out to Shannon. Now he definitely made the thing I was thinking myself. It's like, okay, you don't know. Like, there's some things today. People said some shit to me when I was younger, and I was like, okay, yeah, whatever. And it's not until I got older in life where I'm like, okay, damn, so and so did say that, right? One of the things, for example, I treat people the way I'd want to be treated. Now, some of y'all might have heard that. I heard that when I was younger from a man that I respected. He's dead now. He sat me. I remember it very. Let me not talk too much because this is how you know I'm tearing up a little bit because of it. But he said, talk me down, talk about why he was the way he was, why he did why he does the things, and why he does the things, and how he does it, but his reasons. And he was like, and I remember he was like, one of the reasons why I do all this stuff, like, he was saying like, yeah, he does a little extra. He's like, I don't have to do all this stuff, but he said one of the reasons why I do that is because I just want to treat people the way I want to be treated. You know. So sorry, I didn't mean to get so emotional. Ugh. But when you're talking about some real life shit, emotions matter, man. It gets to you. But that's one of those things that stuck with me. And in this situation, he talks about his parents and how that stuck with him. So imagine I just had an a moment right now and of course you kind of see in Steve's face, he has some emotional moments too during this interview, right? But that shit stuck with me to this day and will continue to stick with me for the remainder of my life. That conversation, that brief, I don't even think it was 5 minute conversation that I had with that man. So imagine, what Steve is saying here and his parents and his upbringings. That shit is still with him to this day. It's ingrained in him. It is Steve Harvey. This is him. We are seeing the product of that. So if you don't like that which he came from, you don't like Steve Harvey. You don't like his everything he's been able to produce because he is a product of all of that. And I do believe we are products of everything that came before us. Period. That's one of the things I do believe. Yes, we have our reasonings, we have our own reasonings, we have our own understandings in life, which is why I kind of touched on that at the beginning. Um, but there is a thing where we eventually get around to truth, and simply, in the words of Nellie Fuller Jr., truth is simply that which is, right? So we can all come through to a similar, if not the same, general understanding of life or things in life, just because it simply is. That's just what it is. The sky is blue. That's just what it. Now, of course, we can break it down because of the gases and the sunlight and the sun rays and how light refracts off of certain things and et cetera, et cetera. Yes, we can explain it, but let's just be real. It simply is blue when the sun during day, of course. Yes, there could be some anomalies here and there. I think they had the lights going on or something like, or it's about to happen. I forgot. I remember seeing a news story on that. But yeah, there could be some lights in the sky at a certain angle, of course, and even then you can explain it at a certain angle because of this and because of that. Like, yeah, we can explain it. But there are some things where it's like, okay, like I don't know everything about Steve Harvey. I don't know everything about him. Now he does give us a lot more information during this interview, but it's like you don't know everything about him. But you can kind of understand, okay, you don't technically need to know every single little thing about him, but if you understand human reasoning, if you understand human nature and psychology, uh I mean science, sociology, all that. If you have a good general understanding of that, you can kind of come to a conclusion, okay, I'm pretty sure something like this happened for him to come to that conclusion. You see? There's a reason why that was. And of course, not everyone has the same work ethic as him. Some people are just lazy. That's just what it is. Some people are just smarter than others. That's just what it is. Some people are just more capable than others. That's just what it is. So, once I like to account for as many things as possible, but when it comes to someone's ideology, that's their mental. That's what they believe. That's based off of what they've experienced, what they've gone through, what they had to deal with, everything they learned in life. You won't know that. You can now there's a processes where you can ask some questions and you can try to get to the root of it. You can do some things where you want to find out someone's personality type, which also plays into how they interpret things, right? There's ways and there's tricks to getting to that, but at the end of the day, it's not like I sat down and I watched his life day by day. That's impossible, you know? You can't do that for everybody, but you can have a general understanding as to why it is they came to certain conclusions, why it is they say certain things, and why it is we make the decisions we make. Now, leading on from this, there is a part that a couple of parts in this. One of them I can actually relate to, coming from this. one of the things that Steve talked about with his dad. Um, let me see something real quick. Make sure I got everything out of this one. Nah, he's getting to the funny stuff. I'm gonna skip over this, but you can kind of get the general understanding of what he's going into. I may or may not have asked myself the same questions in church, but I'm just so I can relate to Steve. I can actually relate to Steve. Now, I don't know. I could possibly get religious in the future. I don't know. It is possible. I'm open to it. Um, if that's the way my life takes me, so be it. I don't see it. I really don't see it. I don't see it at all. But then again, hey, it's possible. It could possibly happen. Now, he says some key stuff here. Him and Shay talk about like the importance of getting a job when young. I actually talked about how I got in an argument with my mom because she wouldn't let me get a job when I was like, I had just turned 16. I wanted to get out there. I wanted to get out there and get it. I was like, okay, I can't be sitting up in the house and doing. Now I was playing football and all that stuff, but I was like, I can't. Like something in me was telling me that I got to get out here and get it. And I remember, I will not forget this. Of course, referring back to that man too. His name was Kevin. I think um, I dedicated a video to him. But Kevin was the guy I was talking about earlier, where he sat me down and told me about. I had that conversation with, and I remember I mean, I was hot. I was livid. Like cause I'm thinking, the typical, okay, oh, he lazy, he don't want to get a job, that type shit. So I'm thinking it's easy peasy. Hey, I want to get out here. I want to get a job so I can make some money. You know, my mom was blowing through the child support money. She wanted to give me. Let me stop. Let's just say I got it. I own everything I have right now, and I have ever since I was 17. I got my own. I bought all my clothes. You know, everything. So I'm like, hey, I need to get out here and get it. And I remember she was like, no, and I was like, and I remember I paused because it took me back. I was like, wait, what? Because you know how it is, you have a conflict. You have a conflict. I had already deduced that she was going to say yes, and I just had to find the right place to work for her. And the typical mom bullshit. Because at this time in my life, she had already kicked my stepdad out, and it was a single mother household. And I already did a video on how I had to actually approach her about that. And I was like, yeah, you fucking up. But yes, I was one of those guys. I ain't say it like that. Mind you, I would've got slapped in the mouth. I ain't say it like that, but let's just say around that same time, I think I was roughly 17. I did sit my mom down. Actually, it might have been before that. It might have, but I remember I did sit my mom down. I said, "Yeah, I don't like how this is going, and I'm about to get out the house." This is around the time. Yeah, I must have been going on 17 or 17 at the time because I was going to college. I was 17 in college. And I remember I was like, I'm about to leave the house, and I got three younger siblings, and I kind of was already like, they about to be fucked up because the way you run in this house, like I said, I didn't curse or anything, but this I'm giving a synopsis of what I was thinking and saying at the time. I was like, yeah, you fucking up. Them kids about to turn out fucked up if something don't change here. You know, at the time I didn't know all the stuff, and here's the crazy thing. I didn't know all the statistics and everything about single mother households that I knew, but at that time I had saw so much. I had witnessed so much in and out of my household, where I pretty much approached my mom and I was like, something needs to change here because this isn't working. Now, mind you, this is her child, young boy. Of course, she didn't. Now, she acknowledged that I was right later, some years later, after. What I told her was what was potentially going to happen with the younger children happened, unfortunately. All of them single parents. All of them. All of them. All ALL. All of them. Government benefits. No real financial. Let me stop. Let me stop. But yep. So I can relate. I can relate to what's about to be said at this moment. Let me see if I can find it. Now, this also relates to something that I've heard Jason Black talk about, where you want to get out there, do all that shit while you're young, while you're in your teens, early 20s, because you have a longer. Now, of course, you want to narrow it down, but just get out there and just try as much shit as you can early. Unfortunately, I was kept from that. By the time I was actually getting a job, I already had obligations in college. So I was full time. Now I was a full time student, and I remember one time, God, it was terrible. I was president of the student organization, full time student. I was literally working like 3 or 4 part time jobs, including a work study. I'm pretty sure if I were to go back there to this day, they still remember me. Um, I was literally getting like maybe at best I was possibly getting 4 hours of sleep. I shit you not. Like I was doing, yeah, I might have been getting 4 hours of sleep a night. I remember I had to quit one of the jobs when I was working up there in Marshalls, because I was so fucking tired. I literally passed out. Like I literally like I sat down for a second, the next thing I know, I was being waken up by the manager. Like I literally just blacked the fuck out. Like so yeah, it and that was after like that was less than 4 hours of sleep. Like I was damn near sleep deprived at that time. But yeah, I was trying to do too much. I was trying to do too much. But had I been able to get that job when I was younger, I might have gotten into something like construction. I might have gotten into something like that. Because I would have just been doing whatever. I don't care. Let me just get out here and just get it. I can make some money. I can meet some people. Maybe I would have ran into a Jason Black or something, and then I would have been up under his wing or something. He would have been teaching me the ropes. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I had the freedom because I was only going to high school. I didn't have the obligations as I did in college. You know, I had the freedom. I had the work ethic. Hell, I could have gotten into construction. I didn't have the anybody teaching me the ropes. I didn't even know any of those professions. I just saw shit. I only knew what I saw. I only knew what I've seen. Nobody told me about different career paths I can go into. I literally had to learn them all myself. Myself. So I didn't even know what some of the people I grew up with did. I didn't even know my grandfather, and some folks in my family were into trucking. You see, like until some years later. You see, so it's like one of the problems with protecting your children too much is you keep them. It's just that you keep them from things. You keep them from too much. And actually, you'll learn this from this interview. You gotta get out there and you gotta fail sometimes. You gotta get out there. It's gonna be hard as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be hard. It's best, Jason Black talked about it, learning through trial and error. Yes, that is a terrible way to learn because you actually have to go through all that shit. Now, if I'm gonna learn through trial and error, I'm gonna at least do it with you know practice. Like maybe I'm doing something for the first time, but I know that's my field, that's my profession. you know, versus I'm going through trial and error and I'm lost. And that's something Steve talked about later, where he was lost, you know, all the way up until 30. Now, I just turned 30. So, mind you, I'm already in my field, I'm already in my craft. Now, imagine if I was just now, which I still kind of am, but if I was just now, like just starting out in my 30s, like broken homeless. Now, I'm not broken homeless, but imagine that. That's what Steve had to go through. That's what he went through. Now, mind you, he was still holding on to that I want to be on TV dream. You know, that's something his father told him. He left his father's house. His father gave him that word of wisdom. Hey, if you leave this house, don't come back. And hey, it's gotta be like that sometimes because my thing is, if you gonna get out there, you better be all in. Ain't no tiptoeing around here. And that's one. Now I'm pretty sure had his father would have taken him, back. Some wouldn't, but you got to say that because you want them to know, hey, if you don't go out there, you better do your best. Meaning you better. It's like some people perform their best under pressure. I actually perform fairly well under pressure, but there's some part of that where it's like I talked about performing from a place of like you have nothing to lose, but also like when this is it. That saying that I like from 50 Cent, get rich or die trying. Like, yeah, this is it. Like I literally don't see myself not s- like I will die trying if even if I don't achieve it. Like I don't see myself stopping. Period. Period. I just I can't fathom it right now. I can't. So it's something like that where it's like, okay, if I'm gonna go out here, if I'm gonna do my way, which he had to do, and that's putting on your big boy pants. Hey, I gotta get out here and do it. All right, dad tells you, all right, if you're gonna get out there and do it, yeah, you better get out there and do it because you ain't coming back here. Ain't no safe place here for you. Unfortunately, a lot of kids do that, where they think that they can tiptoe in and out of the house, and you kind of half-ass things because you have this safety net. So it's like freehand rock climbing, which is one of the things probably I can actually say this. I'll probably never do that. I won't. Well, I'm just gonna say I'm never going to freehand rock climb in my life. Hell, I'm probably not gonna rock climb in my life, but I'm definitely not gonna fucking freehand rock climb. And that's pretty much where you're going out there. You just climbing the fucking mountains, no ropes, no nothing, no safety, anything. You're just going out there climbing a fucking cliff or mountain freehanded. It is exactly what I'm telling you. You're just going out there and climbing a fucking cliff. I will never do that in my life. I can actually say that. I will say it. Now, like I said, I can't predict the future. If some point in the future I'm in a situation where I got to do it, so be it. But I'm just telling you right now, for leisure or for just for fun, for just for shits and giggles, I will never freehand rock climb. Period. I just don't see it happening at all. Not at all. In other words, now he does talk about shortly after this, he talks about his mentors. One of them being Muhammad Ali, which is understandable, and Richard Pryor. Ex- Fun. When it comes to comedians, if you don't know who Richard Pryor is, what have you been doing with your life? Him and Red Sanford, two talents that unfortunately were like you remember how I said timing? Two talents that unfortunately, had they been born 10 years after, they would have been the Steves of the world. It would have been during a period of time where they would have had more leeway when it came to like television because they paved the way for the Steves of the world. The Red Sanfords, Richard Pryors, they paved the way for the Steves of the world. So, when you're a trendsetter, you're not going to get the same as the people after you. The people after you are going to have it a little easier because you're kind of setting the tone in a way. But there's a reason why, Steve and a lot of the other comedians, they have a respect for those men because they did pave the way for them. Now, one of the quotes that he talks about from Muhammad, and I'm just kind of running down a list of some things that I wrote down that I think is relevant, is it's something that he was saying from Muhammad Ali, where Ali pretty much said, "I must say I'm the first. I said I was the best before I was the. I said I was the greatest before I was the greatest, right?" And I mean, by all means, there has to be something said about your work ethic. Some people chalk that up, oh, ego and stuff. I'm just okay. You could say that, but at the same time, there's one thing where okay, yeah, it could be a lot of these rappers say they're the best rapper, which is kind of hard because that's kind of an opinion. But let's just say if you're able to prove something, then what? You know, then what? What if you are the best? Now, if he said it before he actually achieved it, okay, if he had failed at it, then you could say something like, oh, you could just chalk it up, be like, oh, I already knew it. You're just talking shit or whatever. But if he actually does it, like, there's some, when you say, man, like, I mean what I say and I say what I mean, like, when you go out there and you actually do it, just like with Muhammad Ali, he literally, I think he was going up against, who was the boxer? Can't remember for who exactly it was, but pretty much, I think they referenced it in 48 Laws of Power. But pretty much Muhammad Ali was going up against a heavyweighter, a heavy hitter, and was it Holy? It might have been Holyfield, but pretty much Holyfield. I'm just gonna assume it was Holyfield, but he was a heavy hitter. Was it him? I might be thinking of the wrong people, but pretty much he was going up against somebody who was a heavy hitter, and literally day one of the press conference, he literally said what he was gonna do. And the crazy thing was, yeah, it was 48 Laws of Power because it was like a tactic where he was telling them exactly what he was going to do, but they were just chalking it up like, oh, he's just talking shit. He's not really going to do that. And what he pretty much said was, now at the time, the guy he was going up against, Ali was known for like dancing, he's known for his dancing, his moving, his agility around the ring, his footwork, right? His ability on not slugging it out and dipping and dodging and all that whatnot, right? Now, the guy he was going up against was known for slugging it out and knocking people out. And Ali pretty much went up there and he pretty much said, I'm going to go toe to toe and I'm going to slug it out with him. And that's exactly what he did. And he won. And the reason why that was because they were preparing for Ali to do the thing where, oh, he's hanging on the ropes and he's dancing and doing this and that. So even though he was saying from day one exactly what, like, the strategy he was going to use, they assumed, oh, he's just talking shit. He ain't really gonna do that because it was pretty much like suicide, right? But the crazy thing was the tactic actually worked because it turned out that's actually exactly what he did. So it gave more weight to his prior statements, his, I want to say aura, but just him. Because it's like, okay, this man goes out here. He's now, of course, he also says some slick shit too. But like, he'll go out here, he'll say it, and he'll do it. He'll back it up. You see what I'm saying? That's respect. That gets respect. But I think he talks about that quote from Ali here. So see, so he talks about how that was etched in his brain. That's one of those things. Like I said, all of this, he's given a good example of all the things that made him him, that makes him say the things, do the things that he's been doing. So all of this matters, which is why when we get to later in life, I mean later in the video, the comments that he says then, why all of this makes sense. Now, there's something right after this, um, which it's a bit of a side note, but it's very relevant to me because this is actually something that I've been looking into recently. And there is this thing where I'm starting to understand why lying and manipulation is a part of society and why it's here to stay and why it's not going anywhere. I'm a person, I don't like to lie. I don't lie. It's I can't even, and that in itself is a lie. So go figure, right? You go figure with that one, right? But at face value, I absolutely 100% try not to lie if at all possible. And I have to say it like that because there are some times where you might have to say and do some things that you necessarily, especially when you're in a position of weakness. Now, there's a reason why the people in certain positions of powers can say and do some of the things that they can do. But if you're in a more precarious situation, you know, where cancel culture or whatnot can actually affect your financial well-being, you watch some of the things you say and do. And actually, Steve talks about that. Why one of the things he doesn't do the comedy specials yet is actually more of a marketing ploy if you think about it. But it's because he actually wants to say some of the things that he already knows. Some of the things he wants to say, he gonna get canceled because of it. So he wants to milk the TV deals as much as he can, and then after he's about ready to retire, he's done with the TV deals, then he'll do a comedy special where he can say what he wants to say. But that's understandable because I'm understanding that you have to be diplomatic, you have to be strategic. And I actually plan on using that word more, diplomatic. So it's not lying, it's just I gotta be more diplomatic, right? There's some things that can say to people, and then there's some things where it's like, I could say that. I already know they're gonna take it the wrong way. They're gonna take it a certain way because I understand human nature, and yeah, I could say it that way. Or this is someone that I'm probably never gonna talk to again in my life. So why do that? Why get in a contact? Why get in a an argument with someone that I'm only gonna know them for like a few months of my life. Why do that? If that. Now mind you, if I'm meeting some random person out in public, why do that? There's literally no need for me to get into a possible argument. Nowadays people like to shoot and all this stuff, so crazy all the craziness. So if anything, there's literally no reason for me. Yes, she could be a whore. She could be an absolute whore. He could be an absolute bum. Whatever, whatever. I know what I think of them. I'm just giving a general understanding. I know what I think of those two individuals. But if I'm out in public and it's completely irrelevant, why? Why bother? To a certain extent. Now, unless there's something to learn from it, unless there's people around me, um, now I'm gonna let them know that I don't like their presence for sure, 100%. But it's like I'm not gonna go up to them like, "Hey, you're a bum. I fucking hate you." Like, how many? Like, just think about that. Like, why would I do that? Like, and then all of a sudden he pulls a gun on me. Because he's a bum. He doesn't have shit to lose, and I already told you how those are some of the most dangerous people to deal with. People that don't have nothing to lose. You know, I, so I'm understanding. Um, hey, I see why it can be a benefit. I see why people do manipulate. I see why people now exploitation. That's different. I understand manipulation and all that stuff. Yes, but exploitation that's just criminal, and that's actually what women tend to want to do. Yes, guys can want to get their part, but at the same time, guys already know. Yeah, they want to lay up with a chick and her to be okay with their $50,000 lifestyle. But let's just be real. Most guys already know. They understand. Okay, they gonna lay up with the chick. They're not really gonna upgrade her life that much, but she gonna be okay, and they're gonna do the best that they can to protect and provide in that $50,000 lifestyle. Now, yes, she's going to desire because she's a woman. She's going to desire more and better. That's just what women do. But at the same time, God, even in that situation, the guy is still by default, he's still willing and ready to give his life to protect her. Period. That's just what it is. That's the standard. All guys know this. That's literally the standard. If there's something going on, hey, I'm protecting her. Like that's it's actually part of our nature that it's just naturally ingrained in us. Like you have to be a very scary type individual. Like your fear and anxiety gets the best of you. Like it has to be an extreme for you to bypass your own natural biological response to things. Like that's natural to us. So even in that situation, can you really call that exploitation? He's laying up with a chick. Yeah, he's not technically upgrading her life, but he's willing to give his life to protect her. You see what I'm saying? So even from the guy's point of view, you know, now it could now if the guy was saying something like she should be okay being a concubine and shut up and not say anything about it. Now that's exploitation, okay. Because he's trying to get the bet, and she should be that in her 20s. Okay, now that's exploitation from the guys. But I don't hear as much of that coming from the guys as I hear the exploitation coming from the women. And that's my point of contention. Of course, society even promotes the exploitation of the guys. That's by default. So it's not even in the same. Yeah, yeah. The two aren't nearly comparable to one another when it comes to how it's being promoted out here in society, right? Now, I'm starting to understand why the lying and the manipulation. I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to come to terms with it. And I'm starting to understand that I'm going to have to be more diplomatic for me to progress. I can't, I'm in a position where I'm not in a position where, of power where I can do all that. Hold on, give me got the little one out for bed. Now, and she is sick. So, like I said, I was taking care of her today. So, you're going to hear some coughing. But I'm starting to understand I have to be a little more diplomatic. Now, I'm also in a fairly precarious situation. Fairly. Because I'm not completely independent of everyone. So I'm still dependent. And, there's power there. So you have to assess your situation, how you are, and then you have to move a certain way. I can't step on everybody's toes, right? I gotta bite my tongue in certain situations. And then when I get into positions of power, then I can let it out a little more. I can let loose a little more, depending on the situation. But you see, I'm learning how, okay, I gotta move a certain way. There's only a select few individuals where I can possibly speak my mind, my true mind, right? Because up until this point, that's pretty much what I've been doing. And I'm seeing where, yes, I've offended quite a few people. There's been some people where I thought I didn't offend them, and I offended them. And I'm just like, okay, but I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. Actually, I was right more than anything. But yeah, it's offensive when you say something that's real about somebody that's not flattering. It is. It can be. It could be taken as that. And I understand, right? I understand that. That is understandable. But in this clip, they're talking about that putting on that mask. And I've heard something similar to that, you know, in the books that I've been reading. I want to say The Law of Human Nature and some others. Yeah, there's some others where it references that manipulation, uh, there was a novel, What Everybody's Saying. Uh, there's some others that I'm not thinking of right now, but when it comes to negotiating and all that stuff, but people tend to put on a mask. So there's the real person, and then there's the person in society, right? So people tend to because when we're out in public, people tend to be a little more diplomatic because they know that they have to move a certain way because you know you can't just offend anybody because you never know, somebody might be crazy and they come and gun for you, right? I mean that's always been there. That's always been a potential threat. Guys understand this, and apparently uh, not. I mean it tends to be the women because they're protected in society. They tend to disregard that. But there is a certain level of respect that I give everybody, and yeah. So let's play this clip as he talks about that mask. Now he's about to step into something else, but that was the end of when he talking about putting on that. It's like referring to that putting on a mask where he just will respond and he'd say his real thoughts and probably a little spiciness in there too. If I could just be fair, like come, we kind of know he probably had a little spiciness in there too, especially if you didn't like him, right? And I don't think I played that clip right, so I'm gonna replay that because apparently I didn't have it up. But I think here we go. Now he starts to move into how that could become his gift. And he references because there's some people that he references. Now, mind you, in the first clip that I played, that was the part of reference that was the part of contention that I had with everything. But mind you how he credits Marjorie. Now, mind you, after he had already gained a very good amount of success, although it was sabotaged, at least financially sabotaged. Um, and he had to build it back. But mind you, how he credits Marjorie for his success today. But he is like, okay, I'm finding other people that he could have credited aside from her, which is why, like, okay, why are you now? Of course, Jason Black, he dove into why she had such a high value in his mind because she was pretty much the pinnacle, or she was like the trophy of his life. Like that was the one in his mind where that was the one that got away. That was the what if type moment. That was that woman for him. That was that woman for him. She was that. She's a statement. She's a in a way she could be of course, I'm pretty sure she's doing what she needs to do as his wife, but in a way she's also that gym where it's like this is my class ring for him in a way. But he could have had about two other women, including as well as his father, where he could have credited them for where he is today. And I found it interesting. Now, Ida Washington is one of them, right? And he's about to about her. But there is also another woman that he talks about later named Gladys. So he's about to about Ida here. Now, this is Steve. He talks about him going through college. So he's still going through life. He's still lost at that point in his life. And actually, I think he'll actually continue to be lost for some years after this, actually. But he's going through life, and like, I see so many people doing this. They're just there. They're just going through life. No direction, no real direction. They're just there. They're just there. Just living one day at a time. There's no real direction. No one's guided them into a proper, one way or another. Or in his case, I think he's referred to like he didn't know exactly how he would get on TV or how to perfect his craft and all that stuff. Like he had to figure it out, right? Which we all have to figure things out. It just took him some time to figure it out. And he'll admit that. Yeah. I mean, he's like, yeah, I was broke. I was homeless. Shit. I was failed marriage. I had two kids. I was broke, homeless and shit, and like damn near 30 years old. Like, yeah, yeah, he'll admit it. Yeah, I had to go through some shit. But he eventually did. Of course, there was some. He took it. He was absolutely able to take advantage. And mind you, like I said, he still worked hard. He had the talent and he had the ability. He just needed the opportunity, and the opportunity was there. And bam, he was on it. And the rest is history, right? So I found it interesting. Like, okay, in that situation, now, ironically, now some people they have a situation like this, and it might never come to fruition. But in this case, in his life, that was one of those people, and Ida, which is why he's referring to it now because it had us stuck with him because he's literally talking about it, alongside his parents and his wife, right, his current wife, right. So it had to have some weight in his life, and it did. And I've actually seen some people like that when I'm like, okay, why are you in college? Like, you should be, you know, you don't belong here. And there are those people like that. It's like, yeah, you don't belong in college. You should be out there doing it. You already got some direction. You already got some skill. You already got potential. Like, and college, like he wanted to be on TV. Like, where are you going to college to be on TV? Like that, I don't. Unless you're going to be a journalist or something. I don't, or meteorologist or something like that. I don't see. I'm kind of wondering what the hell his his degree was in. I forgot if he said it or not, but yeah, that was interesting. And it's like I've had moments like that where someone would do something similar and it would kind of slap some sense into you because then you'd be like, and I've done that for some people, and it will slap some sense and you'd be like, yeah, you know what, you're right. Because when you're lost, you're just out there, you're just doing it. You're doing a lot, but you just don't. I think there was like a funny. I don't know if it's a phrase or a meme where it's like you just pedaling like hell on this bike. I'm giving it another context. You're pedaling like hell on a bike, and it's a stationary bike, and you're trying to go somewhere. Like you could be working as hard as fuck on that thing, but you will never go anywhere because it's a stationary bike, right? Or it's in a very extremely low gear, and you're going slow as hell. You could be pedaling like hell. It's an extremely low gear, and you're not. You're going inches. You should be going miles, but you're going inches. Pedaling like hell, sweating, everything. So it's like it's one of those things where like, yeah, you can work hard, but you also got to work smart. So there is that component in there. So he could have credited Ida. He could have gave her some credit for you know him getting out. Now, although his college was free, go figure, right? I wish I had free college. But there's also another woman, which was Gladys. He talks about her too. Now, mind you, these are women, because like I'm saying, like, okay, if he has a complex where he caters to women, like here are two other women where he could have gave them credit for where he is. So Gladys, so apparently he was writing jokes for someone, and it wasn't until he met Gladys where she's like, okay, you're writing this dude's jokes, and he's one of the best comedians at this comedy club. Steve didn't even know what damn comedy club was. So this is where like when I was talking about like, okay, he knows what he knows. He has a goal of doing something. He has a real strong desire to do something. He's got the talent. He just don't know how the hell to make it work. And of course, once he finds a way to make it work, and there's a moment here, I want you to notice it. There's a moment here in this clip, and I want to see if you can catch it. Now, this is where now of course you get to the club. Funny moment at the club. But this is where one of those things where okay, he had the potential, but he also had the means and ability. So, because doing stand-up comedy, because much like doing or performing a song is different than writing or producing the song, right? So some people could be like, oh, well, maybe he's just doing that because he didn't have the ability to get up there on stage and tell the jokes and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so keep that in mind because that's two very. I mean, it's the same thing. You think, and this is why I respect people's abilities when they do stuff because like while I'm watching them do what they do, it's like I'm thinking of all the stuff that comes into that. Is that their jokes? Do they write their own jokes? And then get up there performing it on stage in front of thousands of people. That's nerve-wracking, people. If you've never done something where you've spoken to tens if not hundreds of people, which I have, because I was president of a student organization. So if you haven't done something like that, that could be nerve-wracking. You have to work on your speaking skills. You have to know how to. You're going to have adrenaline. I mean, it's just a natural because unless you've gotten so comfortable at it, which some people do. But I get a bit of an adrenaline rush because, like I said, I'm an introvert. I don't prefer to do that type of thing. So it does give me a bit of an adrenaline rush. But I, much like how I used it in sports, I learned how to use the adrenaline to my benefit. So it's a skill that takes time and perfecting it. So it's not just unless you're a natural. It's not just something where you just get out there and do it. It's one of those skill. It is a skill. public speaking, speaking on the stage. That's why, like, even like sometimes when you go to a thing and it's just he's just doing something simple, like he's the host, like hosting something, which Steve has done too. Like just hosting something, you're thinking like, oh, I can do their job. Well, can you really? Can you really? You see what I'm saying? So it's like you think that their job is easy because they make it look easy, but everybody can't do that. So just keep that in mind as he's talking here, because this can be one of those things where it's like, okay, it plays into that stuff where, like what I was saying earlier with Steve's dad, he might have actually seen something in Steve. I don't know his dad. I mean, I don't know if his dad had been to a comedy club or not, but if he had, why didn't he tell his son about the comedy club? Because apparently Steve didn't know nothing about the comedy club. But maybe his dad saw something in him. He was like, hey, this boy got some potential. Just let him get out there and do it. I done work my ass off in this farm and whatnot, to the point where and that's how some people parents do, because his dad, based on his relationship with his mother, his dad was very protective of his mother, and I actually kind of get from that his dad might have been one of those type of dads where he was like, I worked my ass off doing this boring ass, bland ass job, so my kids won't have to go out there and live your life. That type of dad. And I think Shannon kind of says something about that too in that somewhere around that clip where he's like his dad was a rare type of dad at the time, because most kids just did what their dad did and whatnot, but his dad actually believed in him and supported his dreams and told him, hey, like, what's wrong with that? Go out there and do what you got to do. Of course there was still the harshness where he's like, okay, if you leave this house, you ain't coming back. So there's also that part. But let's just be real, like, so this plays into all of this. So like I said, all of this is Steve Harvey. Yep. Having some issues, I think, with the internet. This happens sometimes. But while this is loading or figuring itself out, but this actually plays into everything, like what I was saying, like all of this is Steve Harvey. And I'm playing these clips. This is a bit long, unfortunately. Doubt anybody's gonna watch this whole thing. I'm probably gonna have to chop this damn thing up. But for those of you who have listened this far, thank you. I know that I will. I usually work. I usually work long periods, long nights, like night shift. I'll go back and watch my stuff. Because like I said, this is work for me too. So I like to listen, working on my. I myself am working on things. My speech. I One thing I will say, I need to work on my tone, my voice. My voice should be deeper, but the way I talk, of course, I got some phlegm, sickness, and bullshit going on right now too. But it's fucking with my voice. So here we go. Yeah, so that right there, what he's saying, struggling, loss, and this, unfortunately, like if I think about all the young black men that I've met, this is fairly common. Now, mind you, this is Steve, so this is back when he was my age at the time. So he was still having to go through the same shit I was having to go through. I knew what I wanted to accomplish. I just didn't know what at. I just didn't know. I didn't have any direction. I, I- I just didn't have no direction. Similar to Steve. He had that. Now, mind you, he had the thing where he wanted to be on TV. I was more so in science. So my thing, like science isn't everything technically. So like my thing is like I just want to build something. I know I wanted to own properties. So real estate, that's natural. Okay, cool. Didn't really care too much for being a real estate agent, but like that was there. Like I wanted to own some properties, rentals. I wanted to be honest, power. I wanted power. If I could just simplify it, like properties, the money, i.e. the freedom to go anywhere I wanted, well, most anywhere I wanted to go, and do what I wanted to do, purchase this and that, hire people. Because mind you, that's another leverage for money. Like you can hire somebody, to do a task or something for you. You could hire the professionals, the best professionals. Say I want to go open up a hotel or something. I could hire the professionals that know how to run the hotel, even though I myself don't. Now, of course, it benefits you to know because then you know that they're not exploiting you. The more you know, the better. But you see what I'm saying? Like it's just that's me. Now he's talking about himself, and you can kind of look like you can see. uh, In a way, it seems like he's doing something that I tend to do. Like when I'm going through my emotions, my memories, the emotions come with them. Like earlier, I got a little emotional when I was talking about Kevin, and that was a real moment. And like I started tearing up because it was bringing out some of those emotions and like me remembering that moment and how critical it was in a part of my life where I was feeling some type of way. And much like Steve, like look at this part, like you can see on his face, like he's like really going through that moment, and you can kind of see some of the emotion and how genuine it is. You know, Now some people are good at faking. That's actually one of the good things. Like when you're really good liar. Of course, there's still tells, but that's one of those things where you could see the emotion. You could tell how important it was to someone. And in a way, if you've gone through something similar, which often many people do, it's relatable. Something's relatable to you in your life and your struggles, and you can kind of see like you too were that lost. Now I didn't have twins, but 26, 27-year old, you know, and you just and now at the time when I was 26, 27, I was just putting things in motion to being where I am now. Unfortunately, there were still some hiccups here and there. The most recent being family dynamics. So even then, it still didn't work out perfectly, but it did go. I mean, at least from the career financial perspective, it did. But the family part didn't, right? And that's just life. That's life. So I can kind of like this part right here, what Steve is going through. I can relate to this, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you too can. Now, this part is one of the parts that I was referring to earlier. Now, notice how he was saying, like, he's at the comedy club. Most people go to a comedy club, you go in there for shits, giggles, and laugh. Now, mind you, you're at a comedy club. He's in a place of business or future business. He's in a place where this is his craft, right? At this moment of time, and as we would come out to be throughout his entire life, this is his craft. And if it's one thing about a man, each of us has something. We like to solve problems. We do the things that we do for respect. We master something. And this is one of those things where for whatever reason, he took to it, and this was the thing that he wanted to master. So he did something much like how I respect sports because I had played sports and everything like that. Even though at a lower level, I can still respect the work ethic. And mind you, I play with people that are and have played in the NFL and college, but I understand the work ethic. I respect it, and when I'm watching it, I'm not just watching the sport as a fan. I'm looking at the teams. I'm looking at the plays they're running. I'm looking at the defense. Now, mind you, that's exactly what he's referring to. He's analyzing, like much like how Mozart would kind of like revamp people's, which would actually piss a lot of people off. He would revamp their works and make them better. Like he's there sitting in the crowd watching other comedians do their thing, and he as a future budding comedian, he's like reworking their jokes. He's like, oh, they should have did this, he should have did that, he should do this, he should have that. Like he's not watching it to laugh. He's observing, he's taking notes, he's analyzing. And this was one of those moments, and this is one of those critical moments I wanted to mention because this just kind of showed. And then of course, like I said, you notice his face and everything where he's kind of going back to that moment. And it's like, yeah, that's just what it was. Like that was his thing. This was in a way he was saying he was lost, but in a way he had also found his purpose. And there's a moment after this where you'll realize where it kind of dings on him. This is my purpose. This is that direction. This is it. No, I'm not gonna lie. That was a funny ass moment. That was a funny ass moment. But notice how he says she looked at him kind of disgusting. Now, mind you, she brought him there for a reason. I might say something later about it, but she brought him there for a reason. She saw something in the young man. She's like, okay, this dude's the real talent here. He the one writing so and so jokes. And mind you, she put him on, told him about the comedy. Now, mind you, the guy he's writing jokes for is going to the comedy club. Why the hell didn't he tell him about the comedy club? I want you to notice that. I want you to note that. Note that. Why didn't the guy he's writing jokes for? He didn't know what the guy wanted the jokes for. He paying him for the jokes. Well, one, I got some questions from that. Did Steve not bother to ask why the hell he paying me for the jokes? What are you doing with my jokes? And then two, on the behalf of the guy didn't tell him what he was using the jokes for. The guy didn't tell him about the comedy club. The guy wasn't trying to put him on. Now, mind you, this relates to something later on too, where it's like, okay, you got a guy. Okay? You could possibly say he's exploiting. I must say he is exploiting because for him not to mention the comedy club, he knows Steve probably would have got on. He probably knows that, which is why he didn't tell him about the comedy club, and instead he's paying him for the jokes, and then the guy's taking them to the comedy club himself. But mind you, Steve doesn't know anything about a damn comedy club, but he's selling his jokes to a guy that goes to the comedy club, and the guy doesn't tell Steve what the hell the club is. So mind you, Gladys is the one that took Steve to the club. Gladys. Okay. So Steve, for I'll refer back to that whole giving of credit thing. And I'm like, okay, you're not gonna give Gladys some of that credit too? Because mind you, this is before you even got on at all, before the millions of dollars you made, and the divorce and whatever. Yeah, this is before. I mean, you were still lost. She literally, potentially, no, I'm not even gonna say potentially. She played a critical role in you finding your purpose. I'm sorry, it can't get no more. I mean, yeah, she literally helped you find your purpose and a way of fulfilling it. Period. Point blank. It is what it is. So you're telling me she doesn't get some credit for that, for your success? Yeah, you might have found out what the comedy club was eventually. Yes, but you didn't. I mean, from your telling the story yourself, you didn't know until she came there. I'm just putting it out there. Now she didn't leave him to choke out up there, because mind you, he might have had a moment. Like I said, it's his first time on stage. No, no, it's his first time on stage, and she up there. She know the young man got talent. She know she probably sees some potential in him. She probably sees something else too. Just saying, I don't know how old Miss Gladys was, or whether or not she was attractive, but let's just say, had she saw some real potential in Steve, she went so far as to take him to the club and everything like that. I'm just saying, maybe, I'm pretty sure, knowing female nature, I'm pretty sure Miss Gladys would have shot her shot had Steve shown, the resolve he had shown, his ability, his potential stardom. Just saying. Just saying. Miss Gladys definitely could have been the Marjorie of Steve's life. Just saying. Had she looked like Marjorie, she would have been the Marjorie of Steve's life. Just saying. I'm gonna forward it a little bit. Now, this is where when I talk about being diplomatic and everything, he does tell an age joke, and and I'm glad. Well, this comes to show you how, because mind you, he says this before he says it, um, and how he prefaces it with, "Okay, this is a different time. This is before everything we know today about AIDS. AIDS at the time was still." He talked about it was 85. AIDS at the time was still, it wasn't as known as it is today. And he told a joke about it and all that stuff. So mind you, he prefaces that prior to him saying that it was an AIDS joke and everything like that. So this kind of shows you, like, he's familiar with the PR, the political side of things. So he knows how to do that. Quite a few people don't know how to do that. So I will say, like, yeah, he knows. He knows how to do that. So this just kind of shows, like, a bit of the wisdom that he has in this situation right here. So that's the relevance of that. But actually, the part I'm trying to get to is actually after this. Now, before he says what he's about to say, I'm just gonna go ahead and say the from everything before because this next part is the part that I wanted to talk about. We're about 2 hours into this, so he's gonna talk about. He talked about, he was on stage. Now I referred to how he like some people are just naturals. I think Steve was a natural. I mean, of course, his upbringing and everything. He had to be witty. He had to be, had to come up with quick snapbacks. He had a natural ability or desire or whatever you want to call it to kind of just speak his mind and all that stuff. Um, yeah, it was a little sharp. I can be too sometimes, but at the same time, you kind of put a little humor in there. I got a fairly dark sense of humor myself. I'm not a stand-up comedian. I've never tried it. I don't my personality type, it doesn't suit me getting up and on a stage and talking to people. I will probably get that adrenaline rush, and if it goes well like it did for Steve, I too could possibly get hooked on it myself. Possibly. Yeah, so I could see that. But in his case, he won and everything. Amateur night, he won, killed the crowd or whatever. That was his moment. He didn't bomb it and all this other crap and then go back. Like, no, he went out there, killed the agent, went up to him, thought he was at it for 3 years, and he just lied. He's like, because that kind of gave him like a rough guesstimate on how for him to do what he did that first time. I guess with the agent, unless it was a bad agent, um, he kind of sees some of those guys. They don't get to where he was until like 3 years in. You know So it kind of gives you a reference point. Like, I think Steve might have been a natural. That was just what he was, everything he had been able to, I guess you could say, hone up to that point, his skills, his joke telling. Like he even told you, like he was sitting there, he was analyzing the other guy's jokes and reworking them to make them better. You know, so he just had that. That was just his thing. That was his thing. And this moment right here, where he's riding in that car and he's crying, this is the moment. And when I say the moment, because uh, I can't even say every, but there is a part, there's a point in every man's life whom has accomplished something in his life. I have to put that in there. Every man whom has accomplished something in his life, who has done something in his life. Let me take this down. There is a point in your life where you realize, there's the point in life where you realize you've done a lot, but before all of that, there's that point where you find your purpose. When you find you like, no, this is it. That moment where it's like, yeah, you get out there, you tried a lot of shit in your, early age 20s or whatever. This is manhood training. This is what you got to do. Some take longer than others. Hopefully you get there eventually. Some some never do and they just keep hopping around. But the men whom have accomplished something in their lives, there's that moment where this is it. And it's partially alleviating, but it's also like if you have that drive in you, it's like it makes you just you literally drop everything else that isn't critical or vital and you just completely hone in like a heat-seeking missile. And then you're able to literally devote all of your relevant time to that. And then you're able to exponentially reap the benefits because it's almost like success it's inevitable at that point. If you got that drive, you found your purpose. You already have the natural ability. Sometimes you got to learn how to do something, you have to hone your skills a little more. But when you found something and it's just one of those things where it's like, this is it. And then you're literally able to like cut out all the bullshit in your life and you're able to hone in on that. And that's relieving because it's like so much shit you don't have to do and deal with because it's not relevant to that purpose, that thing. And that's why like when he was crying, I was like, I can understand. I understand that. I understand why he was crying. And I'm glad he told the story the way he told. And of course, he's a stand-up comedic. That's what they, he's good at storytelling. That's why, and I like the way he's telling it. And again, that shows you how his ability to do that as an older, wise man, right? But let me go ahead and get back to the clip. I like that quote he was saying because that's actually a quote I'm probably gonna keep with me. And it's in context with what he's saying in this moment in his life, and that bowl moment he's talking about, that this is my purpose moment. And what he just said right there, that quote that he just said right there, I was born this day, that day. And if you think about it, it's like if you kind of break that down, it's like that's him in a way. Now he's developing as a young man, and now he's found his purpose. Now he can actually finally evolve into adulthood, to be honest. Because up until this point, he was lost. He couldn't. He technically on paper, he's legally a man, but he wasn't technically a man. If you know what I mean. He wasn't accomplished. He felt lost. He was. He, it just wasn't there. And up until that moment, he didn't. Now, mind you, it still took him some time to perfect his craft and to actually get on. Success wasn't immediate. Now, he was able to support himself, but like I said, he found his purpose. He understood this is it. This is what I want to do. This is this right here. This right here is what I'm going to perfect. This right here is what I'm going to work on. This is it. And he already had the natural ability, definitely had the work ethic and willingness to do it. But he shows us how, as a comedian, especially as a stand-up comedian, he takes that to heart. That's why stand-up stuck with him, and he actually talked about how even after he was successful with the Kings of Comedy, which um, actually one of the recorded shows they did was here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Whoop whoop. But he actually talks about how even after the success there, all the other guys went on to shows. They kind of stopped doing stand up and they went on to like TV shows and stuff. DL Hughley, Cedric Entertainer, Bernie Mac. So he talked about how all of them did that. Now he did some shows too, but he was like he never stopped, the stand up because and I can see why because it kind of like as he's telling this story like that's literally the thing that gave him like much like now relate this to Marjorie. That's literally the moment in his life and everything that gave him that oomph where he said this is it. And it just so happened the next part in his life, um, the next part in his life where he was like, okay, he's moving on. He was kind of graduating into the TV shows. That just so happened to be the point in his life where after this, after his younger self had already met Marjorie when he was less successful, right? His older self met Marjorie at another turning point in his life. So you can kind of relate how he held on to stand up despite being madly successful. He could have gone on to the TV shows, right? But he just wanted to hold on to that stand up because that's something he held so valuable. And it goes to show his character. And it's also true in just people in general. Like some people hold on to things, they don't tell you why. You don't know why, but that's just what they do. There's a reason for it. Like I said, there's a reason why he held on to stand up. He's literally telling you the story why it was so relevant for him. Imagine a young guy you lost. Imagine like all that emotion he had earlier about just being lost, just being lost. He'll even tell you so like he had twins and all that stuff. Don't know. I mean, I think he was married or whatever. He got married too young. Guess he met a hot little thing. She, whatever happened. Had twins. He wasn't properly taken care of him as he should have, or he felt like he should have. And like I said, as a man, when you have children, you have an obligation. It's just natural, at least for me. But it's just natural. Like you have a natural a willingness, an obligation to just provide for yours, right? And in a way, he wasn't. He was doing all these odd jobs and crap, and he wasn't. He just wasn't getting the job done. He didn't feel fulfilled. He didn't find his purpose, and he finally found his purpose. Yes, unfortunately his marriage suffered because of it. He admits, he wasn't the man he needed to be, and I'm glad he admits that. That I'm glad he admitted that, and that shows how he's developed as an individual, how mature he is. Although he can still be flawed, still be flawed, but it shows how mature he is as a man. You know, I don't take credit away from anybody. I'll give him that credit. 100%. I don't have to give him shit, to be honest. It is what it is. It simply is truth, right? That's that. I mean, it is what it is. So I do respect a man and especially a man with a work ethic as he does, as well as a natural ability and desire to perfect a craft as he has. So as he's telling these stories, I'm kind of seeing how this all plays into who he is, how he does things, how he operates, how he moves, et cetera, right? But that quote, I was born, that quote right there, I'm taking that one with me right there. You know, the light bulb went in. I was born that night. So that's very relevant to me. Very relevant. Now, this right here is another moment. Again, his father. Remember what I was saying? Like, I believe his father saw something in Steve. I believe he saw something in him. And mind you, this isn't like one of those. Now, mind you, earlier it was just okay. He had a dream. He wanted to be on TV. Hey, the boy got his dreams. Why y'all crushing his dreams? It was more like that. Now he comes to his father about the whole thing about him quitting a job. He got kids. He's married, right? Hey, dad, I quit my job. I want to be. I'm gonna do the stand-up comedian comedy thing, right? I'm pretty sure he told him like how he made he probably gave him a little rundown on hey, I made $50 doing this amateur night. I think I can get a regular gig doing this and that. I'm pretty sure he gave him that because as men you kind of want to run the numbers a bit just to see like okay how you going to provide for your family and all that stuff, right? But that right there, you kind of see on his face as he's thinking back to that, and that seemed to be kind of one of those moments where his dad's like, okay, you know what? Hey, if you think you can do it. Because mind you, his dad, I think he said something like third grade. Now this also goes into his father because his dad was like third grade education. His mom taught his dad how to read and write and all that shit, right? Which was actually fairly common because if you think back to slavery, the women were the ones where, um, of course, naturally men see women as less threatening, and the women were in the house. The guys are typically out in the field, right? So because the women were in the house, they seemed to be more favored. Some of them actually had relationships with the master. Some of them married the master, right? But they would often actually learn to read because they were with the daughters and the wives, um, the white daughters and white wives that were reading as well. So they would actually learn. They had the opportunity, a much easier opportunity to learn how to read. So therefore, you had a lot more women that were educated post slavery, like right after, like the day slavery ended, you had a lot more educated black women than you did educated black men because of that. And it would actually have to be the women to teach the men because the dominant society didn't want to, they saw black men as a threat. They didn't want to give you any type of help at all, like nothing. They're like, yeah, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, but you ain't got shit you don't got boots or nothing, right? That's how, that's so go figure that. Now, again, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, you credit this is where I had that point, that moment of contention with Marge, when he credits her for everything, and I'm assuming he just means from that point. But my thing is like, okay, at least give it that context because when you say something like you give her that kind of credit, you give her credit for your success. It's like, okay, this your father, Gladys, Ida Washington, all of them had a very, very big role into you being who you are. Like that support from your father was priceless. You as a young, defenseless little boy, he pretty much protected not I mean, your dreams for one, because apparently the women in your life your teacher and your mom were literally trying to beat it out of you. Literally. And it was literally your father who stepped in and was like, nah, leave him be. And then now here again, you go into your mom and them, and your mom's trying to be like, "No, you need to go back and get your job." And your dad's like, "Hey, if you think you can do it." Now, I like how he said that because there's a reason why he said that. It's one thing, from what I've experienced, it's one thing if someone has the ability. This is why I said everything has to come together. It's one thing if you have the ability. It's one thing if you have the work ethic. But it's another thing if you have the mentality for it. Meaning you have the skills to fulfill a job. You got the work ethic, but for whatever reason, you don't believe you can do it. And that's one of those things where it plays on you. So if in a way, if you think it, I think, therefore I am, you know, if you got to have that mentality. And that's why I say I suspect that his father saw something in Steve where it's like, okay, he was competent. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff he said about his dad was funny too. But it's like, okay, he competent. He got a hard work ethic. But I mean, what more can you expect from a young man? He know how to read and write. He literally smarter than I was when I was his age. Mind you, I'm talking from his dad. So to be honest, if I'm his dad, this is my boy. He's already better than I was, right? And I see what I'm capable of doing. Yeah, stand-up comedian is one of those jobs where it's like, it's risky. It's a profession where you gotta that's gotta be your thing, right? And it was but the thing was, it was his thing. And I think I kind of see like his dad. One of the reasons why he kind of held on to his dream, of course, he protected his dream as a child of wanting to be on TV, but at the same time, when Steve came to him and said he wanted to be a stand-up comedian, his dad was like, "Hey, if you think you can do it, go for it." And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure his dad probably knew all the stuff that I was saying. He's competent, he's capable. At the same time, he had already kind of, although it was kind of, I mean, he kind of jumped the gun. I kind of wish he would have kept his job and tried it a little longer before he quit your job. He literally said he quit his job the next day. I mean, that seems a little risky for me, but keep at it, yes. But I mean, quit your job and go all in. I mean, that's a risk. That's a big risk, and of course, big risk, you have big rewards if it turns out for the better. Also, you have the potential to lose everything, which of course he did go through that moment in his life where he was homeless and whatnot. I'm kind of trying to abbreviate a lot of this stuff because I'm not trying to play all these clips. I'm not trying to have a 3 hour long of just me talking. But you watch this interview, you'll see all this stuff there. I got some of the key timestamps. But there's two other things I wanted to touch on. And the one thing, of course, I'll relate it back to the situation with Marjorie, his current wife, um, and the statements he had made about the woman being everything, et cetera, et cetera. That's towards the end of this, right? Like an hour 50 minutes, right? Somewhere around that time. And also, uh, he he had made some quotes about who he is as a person and why he does some of the things and why they actually relate to Jason Black. So I'm gonna do the thing with the where he relates to Jason Black. Couple that with the whole situation with how he developed. Also, there is a small minor clip. Um, he actually talks about his wife, but that relates to Marjorie, so I'll get to that later. But there is a part about an hour in, and Shannon's talking about like Steve was talking about how he put all these people on, and Shannon asked the question I was thinking myself, like how like I know typically people kind of when they get like much like the guy Steve used to write the jokes for. You remember how I was saying like, okay, how didn't you know about the comedy club when the guy you're writing jokes for went to the comedy club using your jokes? You know what I'm saying? Like that guy had to know you were capable, and that kind of relates to what they're about to talk about here. Now, this relates back to what I was saying about the dynamic between his parents and why I myself believe it's good to have that type of dynamic because you might look at two people where like the guy is like all typical guy, like harsh, hard, rugged looking, and then the mom is all feminine and soft and very religious and et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, yeah, it's mom's place to worry about every damn thing. That's literally what women women do. I talk about this and I'm pretty sure I talk about this in like Trials of Men where I'm talking about the your development as a man and as well as some of the natural development, I talk about in reference to uh femininity because masculinity of course is in contrast to femininity and how they exist in unison and that's just what they do and this is one of those parts in femininity where you know although his mom potentially tried to have a hand in crushing his dreams and everything, right? But aside from that, it was really coming from a place of fear because mom was like she didn't see what dad saw. Mom was more so like, I mean, that's not what she was used to. Mom didn't see it, right? But mom had something there elsewhere, right? So, yeah, we're not, and this is why the dynamic works because dad might have been wrong about some things too, and mom helped out. You see, and we're supposed to help fill the gaps in one another, you know? So that's why like relationship dynamics like that, I understand them and I actually, kind of wish I had one like that. But you're not, I mean, you don't have to see eye to eye on everything, but the thing is when there's a good understanding for one another and the dynamic just works. The masculine and feminine is just made to be together, and when it works, it works. So, and Steve, he talks about that his parents were married for like 64 years. I think he said, and that also plays a role in everything because he had seen that dynamic between his mom and his dad. He got used to that. They were married for 64 years. He's seen the good and the bad and the ugly, right? So, his mom gives him this advice, and it's something that I've similar to something I've heard Jason Black say, and similar to how I've kind of lived my life, you know, because I kind of talked about how I'm seeing myself being successful, but I'm seeing it in the wrong way, where and I don't mean like I'm doing something wrong, but I'm seeing it like I'm in trajectory to. I have the trajectory to be successful. I don't see it with any of my siblings. And that worries me because, when you get to the top, it's like you don't want to be there by yourself. I'm an introvert. I could be absolutely okay by myself. But like, I don't want to be there by myself. Plus, I'm black. And I'm all for black empowerment. And it's just like when if I can help somebody, like I tell dudes all the time, like I've had guys come up to me, asking about getting their CDL, and I tell them everything. Of course, they come like, hey, dude, like, hey, I'm trying to, and I tell them exactly the process I went through. I tell them looking at all these other things. I tell them as much as I know, as much as I know. Be like, hey, if you really want to do it, hey, the first, it's gonna be hard. The first, but once you get in, like first year or two, then you pretty much got all the leverage. But it could be a little difficult. I tell them, I give them the rundown with it, right? When trucking and all that stuff. But it's like, and it's coming from a place like, okay, I'm giving you this information, and some of them went on to do something with it. Some of them I don't know. You know, I don't know. But I am hoping that all of them went on to at least do something with it, right? I might not know until some years later, and I see them in a truck, and I'm like, oh, hey, but it's just because I'm in a warehouse, so it's just guys at the warehouse, and I can kind of see, okay, you one of the dudes is actually trying to move up. You see something, meaning he see them drivers, and he like, okay, them dudes making more than I am. Okay, let me see if I can get on. So it's like, okay, you see something, and you try to figure out like, hey, like I've been looking. Now most of them actually already looked into it. I think there was like one or two guys they were already signed up for the CDL, but they were just kind of they just wanted to because I was on the R and I was there at the time. I guess they wanted to come and just you know get a little more info, just to kind of because I guess maybe they were. I guess just doing like what I do. Like when I see an opportunity to ask someone a question that's in a field or profession, like what's the harm in just going and asking them, right? So I guess they just wanted a little more information, kind of firsthand experience, like how I got to where I was, that kind of thing. That's actually exactly what I actually is ironic because that's literally exactly the same thing I did. I was on the yard. I was still in the warehouse at the time. I saw one of the guys in the switcher on the yard. It was part of my plan to get in his position and work my way into where I currently am, which is exactly what I did. So, but I remember I was like, okay, let me go up and just, you know, ask some questions. And I went up and it's funny because that what I did with that guy is exactly what those other guys were doing to me. And now I'm thinking about it in a way, it's like everything came for full circle for me. How, oh God, why am I getting emotional here? Um, how I was at a moment in my life trying to work my way into a position. And I guess, I'm sorry, just give me a moment. This is one of those moments where I'm kind of, because remember, like when I think back, I'm going through my memories, I'm also going through the emotions. And it's like, now I'm kind of 2020. Now I'm like looking at the younger me. I know it's me, but I'm looking at the younger me and I'm kind of, it's like I know everything I've been through. And it's like that moment in time where it's like everything you're doing, it's like, it's working in a way. Because up to that moment in my life, I was just out there, just trying to figure shit out. Much like Steve. He talks about it in his thing. I was just out there just trying to figure it out. Couldn't trust anybody. Bad advice everywhere. And just to kind of see, I worked my ass off in that warehouse. Had my damn foot ran over. Took me out for about a week or two. Luckily, I didn't lose my toes. So, yeah, for those of you who don't know, uh, went from one of the most dangerous jobs in America to another most dangerous job in America. So, kudos to that. But that moment for me, it's like I was the guy asking the guy how to get on. And then it's like now I became the guy that the guys behind me asked to get on. And part of me feels obligated to make sure they do, or at least give them what that guy gave me. Right. So I can relate. I can. I can. So in a way, um, yeah, I can actually relate a lot to this. That's why I said like I have a newfound, aside from, I'm not gonna, aside from the point of contention later on, but that's mostly because of everything that I know and the real issues with it because it wasn't given the proper context, or it's given from a man from his perspective in life. That's him. That's his perspective in life. But I already know that advice will not work for most, if at all. And to be honest, there's no real what he was saying about his wife and all that stuff about the contradictions in it, the statements that he was making later on. We have yet to know whether or not it's working. It's actually working out, and we might never know until it's all said and done, right? But that moment, that's why like that moment I was talking about with myself and with Steve and what he's talking about now with Shan, where it's like you have, of course, he dives into it from his point of view, which is also very true, and I agree with it. But it's like, okay, I'm doing me. I got mine. I'm like, why can't I just help you get yours? Like, there's enough out here, unless you're literally trying to stab me in the back and take my shit, which is what some people do. Unless you're trying to do that, like, there's more than enough you can get out here and get it. You know, there's more than enough miles out here for a trucker. There's no pain for me to tell some dude that's coming up to me like I came up to that one guy, and you know, just telling him what I know, because that's who's just who I am, right? And so that's how I can relate. And that's why I liked how Shan asked that question because I was actually thinking that myself, and it was like, man, he put a lot of people on. I'm like, I wonder, you know, exactly what it was for him, and he relates that to his mom, and now you kind of can see, like, if you were thinking before, like, oh man, mom was terrible, mom tried to crush your dreams and yada yada yada. Now you're kind of seeing why. Okay, he's only telling you that one story, but there's a lot more to it. He's telling you the highlights, and now this is one of those highlights that he gives his mom and whatnot. And you know, there is a part where generosity. There's a point to generosity. I will say that. I will say that. And I am a fairly generous individual, but I'll let Steve continue. Now Shannon's about to go into some other, onto some stuff too that's relevant. But I liked how Steve, what he was talking about there, and that's the part I was kind of relating to Jason Black, where he's like he got his, and he's trying to help other people get theirs, get on. And I absolutely agree with what Steve was saying here and everything like that. Now this part right here, there is a part where it's like, okay, there's a part of me where it's like some rivalry is necessary, just like the struggle. And if you think about it, like sibling rivalry, if you have a good relationship with your siblings, but imagine like how it can make you better, or it's like competitive in a way. So he's talking about people where it's like, okay, Ricky Smiley and all these guys, like, yeah, he put them on, even though technically, they're his competitor. They are. But at the same time, he doesn't mind putting them on because he's like, okay, well, one, he also talks about market share, which is true. He has his own market. They have their own, fans, whatever. But at the same time, he's like, he's not afraid. He did this. He talked about the candle reference, which was a good reference, which I'm actually going to take. But how other them trying to blow your candle out, like you still gonna have the same candle. Like they think that that's gonna make theirs shine brighter, but it's like you still got the same candle. So I agree with that reference. Even though technically, if you're in a dark room, uh, it won't make their candle brighter, but it will make it brighter in respect to the room. Because there's only one light source, but it's better if you have multiple candles behind yours. So that actually makes your candle more relevant because you have a lot of other candles that you helped light. So that's the road that the Steves and the Jason Blacks in the world take. Um, Again, Jason Black has a much better, well-rounded ideology. Um, Steve, not so much. I mean, work ethic, everything like that, work profession, all of that, the life story, everything. Like I said, there's just that moment in contention at the end. Also, some weird, that whole comment with that he was doing with the whole Africans and that thing. Like, you know, I've actually known that a lot of these celebrities, like I said, sometimes you get in a moment and like I said, some of them they might surround themselves with one too many yes men, and then you kind of get in you done accumulated a certain level of success. More people than should listen to you because of it, and you say some stuff. You say some stuff that you don't necessarily know everything about, or you have your own reasons why you're saying it. Because like especially like when he was talking about the Africans quote, I could see what he was talking about, but because of the context of it and today, what's going on today, um, in reference to our fight for reparations and FBA, and then the tethers and all that stuff, what's going on today, it's much like that age joke that he did back in '85 wouldn't make it today. That's It's like the opposite. What he's saying today would make better sense back in '85, but not right now at this moment in time about the Africans, right? You see what I'm saying? So there are moments like that where he gets into a bit of a rant. I'm not sure exactly what. If it weren't for this interview, see because of the interview, because I watched it. Now it's starting to make more sense why he was saying the things he said about Marjorie. But even though they're still wrong, um, about the whole thing about giving her credit, and also he literally gave her the keys to the kingdom. Like that's yeah. So I mean, I find issues with it all around that part. But coming back to this, the whole we're competitors, yes, but I still, he does his thing his way and he likes to put people on. That is kind of one of the ways I like to do. Like just like those guys that come up to me, I have no problem whatsoever. Like, hey, this is how you get on, this is what you want to do. Hey, what's up? Like I will give like I don't if I cuz I used to be them. I see some young brother, he looking lost or whatever. hey, I'ma help any way I can. I don't know what it is he's good at. I don't know what it is he desires out of life, but I'm gonna give him what he needs so he can figure it out. Like, hey, as a young dude, like, dude, this, and that. Hey, read this book. Go look up this guy. Most of the time, if not, I mean, to be honest, I tell him, hey, go check out the business. That's literally most of the time. If they look, usually when they come and start asking the right questions and stuff, I'm like, hey, I I can give you what I know, but I know there's a dude that knows more than me. That's better than me. Like, go check out the business. If you want to, go ahead and call it. I'm not sure whether or not any of them have. They probably have. I don't know. But like, hey, I usually refer them to the business with Jason Black. That's usually what I do. I'll give them what I do, like especially like if they're asking me personally, like about the CDL and all that stuff. I'll give them my perspective and everything on it. But like if they're trying to figure some shit out in their life, yeah, we can chit chat and talk about it and whatnot. But yeah, if you like, I know somebody that's better than me, and that's one of the things where it's like, okay, if I know someone is better than me at doing something, I have no problem whatsoever acknowledging it, and then referring people to them because they're going to get the job done much better than I could. They have a much better, much more wisdom, much more learned. You know, they are in a place where I aspire to be. They're there, so I have no problem doing that at all. That's usually what I do. But I'm gonna let them continue this conversation as he's talking about, hey, you're helping these people on, but they're your competitors. Like, why are you helping your competitors? And that type of, so it's going in that direction. Yeah, so some more wisdom coming from Steve here, but fair use. Just had to put that out there. No, again, like I said, watch the interview, the whole interview. It will all start to make sense. You should relate to it because there's just a lot of general knowledge. Of course, it's his experience, but there's a lot of general just wisdom here, right? But one of the things, in addition to that, that I wanted to get to eventually, um, this relates to Marjorie. This relates to Marjorie. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. Let's go back to the point of contention, right? Now, this gives a little more context in how he was after his divorce, terrible divorce, pretty much broke again after the Kings of Comedy. So in 2005, after Kings of Comedy, he went to a divorce, I guess his wife and his accountant or whoever's doing his taxes conspired and pocketed the money. And so he had like 7 years unpaid taxes that he had to take care of, which is in the millions of dollars, I can only assume. So he thought he was paying his taxes, but they were actually pocketing the money behind the scenes. So then when he got hit up for divorce, apparently his ex-wife, I think this was his second ex-wife. Apparently she not only took millions of dollars in assets post divorce, but at the same time there was that whole dilemma with him having to pay the taxes, and he had to take on that debt liability, even though he's the one that got for it, right? So, mind you, he has that relationship with his prior ex-wife who took the assets and whatnot off from under him. I only wonder how much access he gave her, right, to the finances. Now, he credits Marjorie for his success. And this is where the moment of contention kind of happens. Now, the rival departure sign, that's actually him referring to, he was on the verge of going, I guess you could say red pill, but pretty much the rival and departure sign, I think I'm gonna let him tell it better. Um, he talks about the dark side somewhere around here. So let me let him tell you about it. This is after his terrible divorce. And he almost was pretty much giving up on love and marriage. He said, "You know what? Screw it. I'm a bachelor." Yeah, so the drugstore comment. That's one of those things where it just came out. See, that's what he was talking about. So of course you want to watch this is around. I think I put it in the description, the timestamp, but it's around the hour 40 minutes mark. And he talks about how he re met up with Margie because Margie he dated her back when he was homeless and broke, right? Of course, it didn't work out then because he was homeless and broke, but go figure. So now it works out later in life as he's rebuilding his success. Now, mind you, he's already madly successful. He just got screwed over from his second wife, financially, in a financially precarious position, but he was working his way back, just got another contract deal, so he was working his way back up. And it just so happened this was the moment of time where he re-met up with Marjorie. Now, mind you, he has that nostalgia factor. You can go watch the Jason Black video where he talks about that. But she was that gem, which was like, if you kind of see the thing in his life where he has this repetitive, I got to prove something in his life. You know, he had the teacher, he had his mom, he had some folks in his life where, he had been screwed over and they might have said some shit about him and to him, and he broke and down and out and all that shit. And, he finally got on. And, everybody who finally gets on, they if they went through some shit, you go through that moment. And they might have some wives or something, or some people where you're like, okay, you can have a much more attractive woman, yeah, but it's this woman. That woman does something for them, and Marjorie is that woman for him. Now, it's questionable. It is questionable in my opinion, but then again, I'm a young 30-year-old, so and I say that yeah, I'm a young 30-year-old. It's questionable the type of woman he got. I absolutely agree with Jason Black. I don't know why he saw fit to marry her. That there was literally no. I don't know if he talked to his lawyers or what. Because if he did talk to his lawyers, they kind of would have been like, "Dude, why?" And he probably just ignored them. I'm just saying he never talks about that. But I'm pretty sure if he would have talked to his lawyers or somebody, they would have been like, "Dude, why?" Like, why? I'm just saying, cause I mean, he just like you just went through a terrible ass divorce where they literally took millions of dollars from you, left you damn broke, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. His willingness to get back, it's a risk. It's definitely a risk. But hey, like I said, when you take a risk, it could absolutely be what exactly what it is. To be honest, Marjorie could be like, "Hey, this is the last train. Let me. I ain't going nowhere. I'm sticking through it." And by all means, if he's not wanting to get divorced, she's not wanting to divorce, and she's wanting to do her part, and he's wanting to do his part, it could work out. It absolutely could. But this is him in his situation. The only part of contention I have with his comments is he's trying to generalize it like it's for the public, for the general population. Also, the context and the timing that we're in. I mean, no, we're not meant to take care of some kids and and a woman and some kids. As a man, you say that shit to me, I'm one of those people where the words have meaning. That's something I often say. So if you say something a certain way, I'm gonna take it the way you word it, the way you say it. Now I can possibly like if we're having a conversation, I can probably assume like, okay, you meant to say it like this. But if there's something that kind of tips me off, like, okay, you actually probably meant it exactly the way you said it. So I'll go back and I'll question that. Okay, Steve, when you said a man, you know, a man's purpose is to take care of a woman and some kids, why'd you word it that way? A woman and some kids could mean you get with a single mom who done blew out a couple of kids with some other dude, you know, relatively a pookie or two or three. Like that, like imagine a younger 20-year-old or 30-year-old or mid 30s, and you get with another, woman who's in her 30s or whatever. And she got some kids, and you tell them like, dude, no, I'm sorry. Like, well, for one, if she's not going to have your kids, or she can't have your kids, or she's not willing to have your kids, marriage is off the table. Period. Point blank. Blah. That's just it is what it is. Not happening at all. And to be honest, I might not want her around my kids. I'm just saying, there's some people you might not want them around your kids. There's some people you just don't want them around your kids. So even if I have my own kids, I might not want her around my kids. She might not be there for that. She's good for me. She might not be good for them, right? She could be good for you. She could absolutely fulfill all your fantasies and all that stuff. She just ain't good for your kids, right? So when he's saying the stuff he's saying, there's issues there because remember, like he's old, he's wise, he's successful, he's madly successful. People will listen to him. People will take his word for law. The sisterhood will absolutely use what he said as a reason to be like, yeah, all these dudes need to get out here and take care of these single moms. No, stop it. There's consequences for your choices. We just need to come to terms with that. Some people need to suffer. I'm sorry. Just like the dudes who ain't trying to do nothing out here, yeah, they need to suffer. They need to get out here and suffer. Life is much more brutal on the dudes in general, at least society is. because ain't nobody giving you shit. I'm sorry. Ain't no you can't go out and party and somebody paying for your food and drinks. I'm sorry, it's not happening. Ain't no parties for you as a broke dude. Ain't happening. You got to be a thief. You got to be a scoundrel. You know, you gotta, and even that's a craft. Being a con man, you gotta perfect a craft. There's no way you can't perfect a craft as a man and get anything out of life in this society at all. Even if you're a thief or a con man, you still have to perfect a craft. Period. As a woman, if you look good, there's dudes out there that will pay your bills. Period. You go out, there's dudes that'll buy your drinks all the time. See it all the time. See it all the time. Or all the times that I had gone out, because I don't go out much like that. But I see it all the time. People tell stories about it all the time. Oh yeah, this dude bought me a drink and blah blah blah. Or I went and bought this chick a drink and blah blah blah. All the time. Because if you're a young hot little thing, you you got the leverage. Of course, it wears off, but yeah, that's your moment. You have the leverage right there. You're a young hot little 20-year-old. You have the leverage as a woman. As a dude, no. Not unless you're one of the very rare exceptions, like the one percenters. No. You have no leverage as a 20-year-old male. No. No, you don't. Now, as a 40 or 45-year-old, yes, you should. Because by that time, you should have progressed and matured and developed. But as a 20-year-old male, no. Now, as a 40-year-old female, this is where it flip-flops. As a 40 or 45-year-old female, no. You literally have like next to no leverage, almost. Because your ability to have children and all that stuff is I remember I saw a story and it was a woman talking about she was like she had a kids her kids are like late 40s and she trying to of course they try to use it in the story she's trying to use that as a way like to tell women like oh you can do it. I'm like if you don't stop it with this bullshit, no. What's it look like you telling women, oh, you can have a kid in your 50s? What kind of bullshit is that? Just listen to that. It's crazy. It's blasphemous. It's criminal, to be honest, because a good deal of those women can't have. They'd be literally putting their lives and the baby's lives in danger. Geriatric pregnancy begins at 35. Like, Jesus, people. But yeah, that actually was a news story that I saw popped up on my phone actually yesterday. Crazy, right? But there's wisdom here with this interview what Steve is saying, and then there's also the contradictions. I mean, there's some contradictions he makes. Better yet, let me just let him tell you, or let him speak, because now I agree with what Jason Black was saying, where he actually believes what he's saying about him and his wife, and I understand that. Like I said, you can watch Jason the Business, in the description where he talks about that. But there is one thing he says before he gets into the rant, and he talks about something that this guy said, which I actually agree. I take that to heart myself. Now, this, I've heard this numerous times in different types of ways from multiple people. So, this is one of those life truths, period. And this is one of those things that I myself believed in, where, the person I got with, I'm all in. Of course, you can't make someone all in. You can't. But for my sake, and because of what I believe in, I'm like, I'm all in. period. But like he's saying, if you choose the wrong person, as he continues on, if you choose the wrong person, the same way if you choose the right person, it can exponentially, the returns are exponential. And I say this as my daughter's having a coughing fit. But if you choose the right person, it can exponentially improve your situation. However, much like like with his second wife, it can also bring you to ruin. Now, this is where, of course, he gets into that rant. Now, I actually wanted to say something about the rant. It's actually this moment right here. So it's before the rant where he starts talking about this generation of men, right? Of course, he doesn't want to talk about how where this generation of men came from, his generation, but and the generation that followed him, and so of course they don't want it. It's funny because it's like, okay, you make a product and then you talk about how bad the product is, but you're the one that made the product. The irony there. But of course, this is what the old folks do. This is what the old heads do. They look down on the current generation, even though their generation was just as bad, if not worse, mind you. Every one of the now the crazy thing is the good deal majority of this generation would be behind Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. His generation and the generation that came before him, Malcolm and Martin said themselves, yeah, we didn't have the majority of support at all. Yeah, that Malcolm and Martin Luther King Jr. Of course, they promote him today to make it seem like everybody was on board with them. Like, but no, they was like, nah, all black people ain't for us. We don't have we literally don't have the majority of support from all the black people. Actually, both Martin and Malcolm talked about how it was actually the youth, the young, that had the most ferocity for what they were talking about, for the change and for the revolution, right? Both of them talked about that. And then, of course, you had the Black Panthers that put it into action. They had the youth out there doing what they had to do, putting in the work, helping the children and the communities and whatnot. Of course, you had the literal federal government step in to sabotage that, but not just any government, the government of the United States of America, mind you. Um, but yeah, there's power in that, and you had those men saying, "Yeah, we don't have the majority support of our own community at that time in the '60s." You know, So that just kind of puts it in perspective because, mind you, this is his generation. Now, mind you, you ask him, he'll say that, yeah, they was rah rah and hoorah. But you literally can watch the interviews and read the books and whatnot of Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, and they literally tell you, yeah, the majority of black people don't actually support us. So, yeah, there's that. But then again, people always tell the story about themselves that's the most flattering. So, like I said, you ask them, they will say, "Yeah, we behind Malcolm and Martin." So, like I said, well, they usually they won't adhere to Malcolm because he was seen as more radical. But usually they'll be like, "Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, they was behind him." That's usually what they say. But notice, now, mind you, like I said, this is also social. There's a social dynamic going on here. I don't know what was said on off the camera, but I can definitely tell. You can tell that what he's saying is in relation to he's being relatable because they throughout the entire conversation they can kind of relate to one another, and he actually invites Steve actually invites him over to his house later on at the end, to fish and whatnot. But there's a social dynamic going on here, and this part right here kind of plays into it because the rant that happens here that I have contention with actually comes from him defending something Shannon did, which was paying for that woman's divorce. And in a way, he could kind of paying for a woman's divorce that he eventually, I guess, he got with her. But he could kind of relate to that because I guess Steve, in a way, can kind of see a support or another fairly successful black figure that he could kind of, because remember, it's kind of lonely at the top. So I don't know, Steve said, in his own words, after he gets off the show, he go home, you know, which is why you don't see him on TMZ and whatnot. But there's a bit of a social dynamics. I don't know. There could be some alternative motive of Steve possibly caping when he's making his comments. But notice how at this moment how he's talking about Shan had paid for a woman's divorce to whom I'm assuming he got with. So you see how Steve right there, he was already supporting. He was like, this dude is committed. So Steve was already seeing like, okay, he really wanted her, but he wasn't seeing the issue with, wait a second, you pay for that woman's divorce? You see, like there's looking from the outside in, yeah, like like Shannon's about to talk about the flack he was getting from it, and in a way, both of them know why you're paying for another woman's divorce, right? Now, yeah, there's the context which Shannon's, of course, is giving, but like of course, it's a bad look. I'm just saying it's a bad look. But, he's saying like, hey, she was already getting the divorce and he just helped finance it or whatever to make it, to streamline it because he really wanted her. But then some other questions could be asked, questions like, okay, so you're with a woman whom technically is still married. And then some other questions like, okay, so how long during the marriage or during the end of the marriage were you technically with her, or did you actually, I'm not even going to say be with her, but were in contact with her? You see what I'm saying there? So that's why it's kind of, it's a tale where it's like, okay, there could be something more going on here, which possibly could be, because it's like you were invested enough in her while she's still married to pay for her divorce. Now, mind you, I don't know how long. Some people they like to play around and bullshit, and they ain't together. They have been together for years, but they still legally married, right? So I don't know if it was that situation, but you're invested enough to pay for her divorce. You see what I'm saying? So you see, so now Steve is uh he's actually getting more emotional. And this is where I'm like, okay, you could tell with the emotions. Now mind you, I'm sipping on some alcohol. So I guess two ways of getting tell now of course there's a way of faking it, a good way of faking something or lying or I could say he's mirroring, he's not really mirroring him, but in a way he's getting emotional about it. I don't even say emotional, but he's in a way where it's like it seems like passionate about it, even though he's talking about this dude's situation. But like I said, there's a social dynamic here, and you kind of see how they're looking at each other, and you kind of see there's like a social dynamic, and there's a general understanding between these two men and what they had to do to get the woman that they're with or whatever, right? So that's where the whole rant where he's talking about, and that's where Shannon does do a little bit of pushback with the whole strong independent thing, but he doesn't really do a pushback on exactly everything Steve says. But I did note that social dynamic there was there because that's actually what led up to the rant, was kind of Steve relating to something Shannon did, and then me kind of realizing, okay, there might actually be like a somewhat of a bonding moment here in a way, which is good for interview. But at the same time, you invite somebody over to your house and all this stuff. I mean, he might go, or might not go. I'm just saying, hey, it could be a new friendship in a way. So notice the all the gestures, which is a bit ostentatious, but the gestures and everything like that, and how they're talking. Like I said, this is where the rant starts. It's kind of like one of those things where they're kind of like he's relating to understanding a situation he had gone through that was questionable. Now it's like, okay, he has a wife that's their relationship's kind of somewhat questionable, which some of the dynamic is questionable. I can see why. But their situations are completely different from the general public, especially black men in general. You're talking about two affluent millionaire black men, and they're talking about the two women in their lives whom they find substantial value in, right? They already have the resources to take care of all that, right? He paid for a divorce because he had the resources. Steve was able to get with her after he had the millions of dollars of success, even though it was after a collapse that he was able to get back from, but he was already Steve Harvey, right? But here's where the rant starts. Now, that's the first one of contention right there. When I made that post, this was why I was like, okay, this dude's clowning in this moment right here. All the others, aside from all the stuff, this is a snapshot. This moment right here, the clips, like this part right here, this is where the issue with me came from. All the other stuff, okay, I understand a lot of it's actually relatable, a lot of it is truth. It's his story, that's his life. But this part right here, no. This part right here, no, because you have to put that in context. Okay, so if what you're saying is true, then why didn't she make another one? It's like that Hove song. You know, I hear them say they made Hove, they can make another Hove or something like that. I can't remember it exactly, but Jay Z was talking about in one of his songs, and it's like, okay, if you can make another me, then go ahead, then do it. You know what I'm saying? And we already know that it ain't happening. But so it's like, okay, why are you kowtowing so much? This is the issue. This is why I'm like, okay, you're doing too much here. Like this is the part where it's like, okay, that what you just said, that's not no, that's just wrong. It's like you got a woman that can come to the table and make another you. Okay, then why don't they? You see what I'm saying? Because earlier, he's talking about the relationships. Okay, if you choose poorly, okay, and what if she chose poorly? Then what? So it's like, okay, so on one hand, it's like you can see where the issues and how this can be used as fuel for the sisterhood, where it's like they always want to blame the men for everything, any and everything, and it's you see what I'm saying? He's giving fuel to the fire, and I'm just like, okay, if she can make another them, then do it. But it's not happening. It hasn't happened, right? Even in his situation. So you're telling me Margie could make another Steve Harvey? Then why the hell she ain't do it? All them years that she was without you and her dudes was getting locked up and whatnot for doing drugs and whatnot. Why she ain't do it? I mean, she literally left you when you was down and out. You sound like because he said when he met her and he dated her earlier in his life, that's when he went through the homeless thing and all that stuff. So she left you when you was down and out, got with them two other dudes. They got locked up and whatnot. Now she got divorced, right? Because she chose poorly. His words. It can work out good for you if you choose good, and it can go poorly if you choose poorly. Now, mind you, he chose poorly too, and almost got wiped out because of it. Well, technically, he did get wiped out, but he was still Steve Harvey. He was able to monetize himself, right? He is the brand, right? He is the product, right? So he was able to bounce back from that, unlike a lot of other people who have products or jobs or companies that they run where they aren't technically the brand. Their company is the brand. So imagine, I've seen divorces, some situations, I've heard of situations where the divorce destroyed the company's finances because much like how his wife took his finances and ran off with his assets and stuff, imagine your spouse doing that with the company's finances and assets. And you're not a Steve Harvey, so it's not easier for you to just go get another deal, you know. So that's why I said, like, okay, this is for him. This is the subjective part. This is the part that's relevant to him in his life. It's different for him. And I wish he would have gave it a little more context like that in that situation, like when he actually did meet Marjorie. So he was, you know, he's what, in his 60s. He's older. You know, the business talks. JB talks about this in detail. But he's older. He's in that part in his life where okay, that decision is good for him, but not for men in general at all. Not to, especially not today, where they have the backing from the system to absolutely destroy black men every chance they get, especially in family court, especially with this with the children. Now, again, that right there is our job to take care of a woman and some children. No, wrong. It's our job to take care of our woman and our children. Now, I do think that there's a mushy part. I think part of this also relates back to Steve because remember he was married with the twins. When he was younger, he was homeless. Remember, he was married and had twins. He had kids to take care of. He was homeless, so he wasn't fulfilling his duties as an early husband, right? So in a way, everything he's saying now, it actually relates to himself. So that was the younger him that wasn't taking care of his business then. That was a different time. We have a completely different shit, we got a completely different financial system. Um, well, not completely different, but it's different. It's got different laws and everything. Things you can do today are vastly different than the 80s, right? So it's completely different. And so that's why I'm like, okay, one of the things I've learned, I think I've talked about this in an unforced error, might have been the naivety, the one about naivety. You can take people's advice, but you should all like I'm skeptical. You should always question it. So when I'm taking someone's advice, I'm always considering these factors. One, the relevance to them and where they are in life, meaning if I'm taking, say, healthcare advice from a tobacco salesman, mm, that I wouldn't take that as highly as, say, a medical professional or someone that's in some type of field where they're in health or even nutrition, right? So if I'm taking healthcare advice, I'd rather take it from someone like that. Also, if I'm taking healthcare advice from someone, I wouldn't technically want to take it from an obese person that has a bunch of chronic illnesses. That's because of their unhealthy living style. You see what I'm saying? So I always take all of that into context. Same way I don't take relationship advice from people that are chronically single, right? So people that are chronically divorced, right? Well, ironically, i.e., Steve Harvey, he's actually one of those people that's chronically divorced. We have yet to see until end of life whether or not he will or will not remain married to Marjorie Harvey. We will see. But history tells us that he is one of those unf- chronically divorced, right? Him and Marjorie. She's been divorced multiple times. Um, so, and there are statistics on that too. People that get divorced and how their later marriages actually fare worse. But like I said, these are like 1% lifestyle. Like he literally is like, yeah, he's completely different. So in a way, now she isn't. She's actually very common for women of that generation, actually today too. But he isn't, however. So she actually has more. Marjorie Harvey has much more incentive to how can I say it, to play her part, to behave herself in a way, at least until she locked him down. So everything in it after that, by all means, if she can, if because I think he says something later on, which I actually want to, which is actually a potential issue that I heard him say. Um, Actually, let me go ahead and dive into that. But it was actually right around somewhere around here. So this was, of course, after the rant, after the contradictions and the things he was saying. Um, I guess this is the moment where he actually thought about some of the shit he said, and he's like, I could have worded that better, maybe. But well, no, not maybe. Yeah, you could have. But he talks about prior to him getting married to Marjorie and how the kids. There was something interesting. The kids, out of all the kids, it was the women that actually didn't want the them to get married, which I found that interesting. Like all the sons were okay with it, but it was all the daughters that weren't. And I was like, that's interesting. Ah, so that answers something that I was actually wondering. So, mind you, he's talking about the daughters, and we know how daughters tend to be, especially when you have an affluent father. And actually, I had actually watched a short with Lori. Actually, now that actually makes sense now. I watched that short with Lori Harvey earlier. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it because it's actually in my history. I literally just watched it. And I guess she made a. And here's the funny thing: sometimes these shorts, I'm not even gonna reference the short, but sometimes like people post stuff to be funny, but sometimes they're ac- they're actually it's some there actually is some honesty here. So actually, here's the short right here with Lori Harvey. So you see how she's it's supposed to be haha funny because her dad's, well, technically her stepdad is Steve Harvey, right? But he's a multi-millionaire, right? Probably if he wanted to be, he could be on trajectory to be a billionaire, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, it's a haha funny type reel, but at the same time, it's like, wait a second, the reel is, you know, this is Margie Harvey's daughter. This technically isn't Steve's biological daughter, but he's taking care of her like she is. And the funny clip is like, when I go out with my parents, I just, you know, that I bring my wallet, but I don't expect to use it because, they assume the parent's gonna pay for everything. And of course, ha ha, ha, funny. But now it kind of makes you bring in the context where he's talking about he's paying for college and all this stuff. So, there is a thing where when you're become this affluent, you tend to, in a way, spoil your kids, unfortunately. Of course, it's dangerous to spoil your boys because they don't develop as men properly, but it's also, unfortunately, one of the father's weaknesses is we spoil our daughters, and that's actually one of the things I'm going to have to fight with is resisting, because when it's your daughter, it's something only fathers of daughters can kind of understand. Like if I had a son, it'd be different. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I already know I'm gonna get to work, with him. But it's like because it's my daughter, mind you, like I said, men, we already have, the propensity of taking care of protecting and providing for a woman. So imagine it's a young lady, it's your daughter. She's not only your child, and this is kind of going into the psychology of it. She is you. She's a younger version of you. It's a she. She's female, and she's going to eventually bloom into a woman. So now you have like triple factor of wanting to protect and provide for her. You see what I'm saying? So there is that kind of weird dynamic where it's like you just really just want to protect her from the world and from some of these nefarious men, because you do know that there are men out there that wish to exploit her, and you want to keep her safe. You want to keep her pure. And that's actually some of the things that men suffer from is we desire and we like to think that women are pure and everything and angels and all that stuff, even though I know better than to think that. But that's something most men suffer with. It's actually one of the reasons why things have developed into what they are today. But of course, his generation. But or his generation and the generations parallel to his. So that clip with Lori actually starts to make sense, and what he just said about him paying for college and stuff. And now it makes me wonder why were the daughters not okay with them getting married and talking about they need to, see how things work. I'm like, what? Because then, the sons is like, hey, dad, do your thing. Like, hey, it's all you. Now, I would have thought like, okay, if I'm his son, I'm thinking, okay, I kind of want to protect the keys to the kingdom. I'm just saying. So it's like, okay, okay, if you marry her, like, you gonna need a prenup. I have yet to know. I have yet to hear anything about him getting a prenup. I don't know. I hope he does, because I'm just saying, like, you pretty. I mean, and of course, he says some things later where he's like, he pretty much gave her the keys to the kingdom, and I'm like, so if I was his sons, I'd actually be worried, because what are you inheriting, or what are you trying to build yourself? Of course, it's hard to inherit, I guess you could say, his skill set, but there's the brand. So it could be a Steve Harvey branding. His brand is what you could inherit, or whatever, right? He just has yet to develop into that. Meaning, it's not just him. He is the brand right now. Him on the shows, him on soon to be specials and all. He is the brand, but he has yet to develop in addition to that, like say a Steve Harvey special where he brings on other comedy uh, guests similar to like Showtime at the Apollo or something. Like it's his show, that type of thing, because that can be inherited, and it might not necessarily. Of course, he'd probably start it off, but it doesn't need him to be there to run. It's not a product that can easily be sold without him, Steve Harvey, the person. You see, so he has yet to develop that, or at least we have yet to see it. Of course, there's the Steve Harvey show, but I'm pretty sure they get royalties and stuff from that. But I'm saying like a product, like an actual product and stuff that could be marketed, sold, and everything, and distributed without him actually having to be there. And his children can then market it, produce it, distribute it, etc., etc. So the keys of the kingdoms right now seems to be a large sum of money, and his ability to earn the income. That seems to be it right now. But he essentially gave Marjorie the keys to the kingdom. And you think from his first, now this is where his faith and everything is coming in. His faith and his beliefs come into play. But mind you, like I said, this is his life. He's already affluent. He's already shown. Now, mind you, I doubt he wants to go broke again, like his second divorce. I strongly doubt he wants to go through all of that in his fucking 60s and 70s. I strongly doubt that. Your work ethic and everything, your ability to do all that is different. So I doubt he wants to go through that type of divorce again. I strongly doubt it. But what's preventing it? You see what I'm saying? So I'm rooting on it being possibly what it seems to be. Marjorie actually is in it to win it, and she actually does the smart thing, which is what's a lot of women drop the ball at. Okay, you literally had a once in a lifetime, probably once in a generation opportunity with as a woman of your age to get with a bag chaser. The bag. He is the bag. You succeed in locking him down, meaning he married you knowing that, all your baggage and everything, all your kids and everything. He take care of your kids, everything. And you're not obligated to have any more children. That's rare, hella rare. Once, like I said, once in a generation type thing, if not once in a fucking century type thing. Like it's that's hella rare, right? So maybe she's like, okay, yeah, I'm all in, and I'm hoping that's what it is because that's one of the things there where like if I'm gonna be in something like yeah, I'm all in. Like I'm all in. I'm like there is no like this can't like much like what Steve was saying like uh earlier like this can't fail. Like when his dad kicked him out the house like yeah, you better get out there cuz you ain't coming back. Like okay, I can't fail at this. This has to be this is it. I can't fail. Get rich or die trying. Now, of course there's some concerns later. But that with Margie that is. But that, Lori and the other sisters cuz mind you, Lori is Marjorie's daughter, but he said the other daughters because he has his own daughters. But I found it odd, like why is it the daughters didn't want the marriage to go, like they weren't okay with the marriage? Because I found that was odd, because it was like he was like all the sons was okay with it, but for some reason all the daughters weren't, or some shit like that. I found that odd, and then I was like, okay, knowing how women are, he's paying, he's probably supporting all of them. Now, aside from Marjorie's daughters, I know he's supporting his daughters, so they'd be okay with it. I don't know to what extent the daughters were or weren't okay with it. I would assume that Marjorie's daughters were actually fairly okay with it because you're getting a rich stepdaddy. Almost certain that Steve's daughters weren't because they see what I was talking about earlier. Okay, you're putting the finances at risk because, and this is the way I'm seeing it, they're like, okay, they're technically unnecessary expenses to Steve. Steve is probably paying for their cars. He already said he's paying for the college, probably going to pay for a house for them, probably most likely going to pay for their marriage. You see, it's getting expensive here. So, like I said, Steve's a one percenter. He can do what most people on this planet cannot do and can pay for. So he can support his daughters fully. Unfortunately, that may or may not benefit them in the long run when it comes to development reasons, which is why he said what he said. Like most of them are all, they themselves are broke, but he's supporting them, and they don't have any relationships of any reason, right? So, of course, ironically, he's actually facilitating for that to happen. Like, why do they don't need to be as successful as you because you're literally supporting them, and when you do that with women, it's actually fairly different than the guys because guys actually we have a natural desire to want to break away and build our own, and it's usually the single mother raised guys where they kind of get okay with being taken care of like that because dudes that are typically raised like if Steve raised his sons like his father raised him, they're gonna they're gonna want to get out there and just like Steve did with his dad where he wanted to get out there and do his own thing, you see. So it just depends on how he was able to raise them. However, his kids were most likely because Steve was out here doing his thing, they were most likely raised in a split, like because he had them with his ex-wives. So they are most likely raised outside of his household. Or, he was there and then once they got divorced, he wasn't there. So like I'm kind of interested in seeing the dynamic between how much because I was in a household where we had the dad in the house, and then of course the mom divorced the dad, and then it was completely different after. And then all the kids, ironically, all the kids without the father in the household turned out as you'd expect them, and then the two kids that actually had the father in the house for a fairly substantial part or developmental part of their lives, meaning like roughly 10 years old or whatever, 8 to 10 years old, they turned out fairly better and better rounded, right? So I'm kind of wondering like how the developmental stage of his sons, if they were potentially raised in a single mother household, and or he was active in their lives as I think he was, but also what it was it about his daughters. So I'm thinking with his daughters, I'm thinking like they're thinking if I'm thinking, okay, you're getting married. Well, step one, I want to secure my ability to get my benefits, right? Because mind you, Steve's paying for the life, but you best believe, as long as Steve is, how can I say, affluent, you best believe that his daughters are going to expect for him to take care of them. Period. Point blank. You best believe it. Because we've already seen where when the people, the affluent people tell their daughters, "Hey, you got to get your own, get out here, go do your own thing," and then they turn around and then they try to claim that their parents were abusive and et cetera. So, like we see it all the time. What was that last story? I'm trying to think of that last story. Uh, where the daughter was cut off. I think I talked about it earlier, but the daughter was cut off, and then she tried to come out talking about her dad being a deadbeat or some shit like that, but I'm like, he was literally paying your way up until this point, and then all of a sudden he cuts you off because I guess he stopped. He did because you have to realize there has to be a cutoff. You gotta eventually grow up and do your own thing in life. But like I said, as long as he's affluent, you best believe his daughters are gonna be wanting to reap the benefits as well. That's just how it is. That's female nature. So I'm assuming that they're saying, okay, if he gets married, well, one, I would desire a prenup to protect his resources so that his wife can't just take them away. Because you best believe this is what's lingering in my head if I was his daughters. There will come a point in time where his daughters will try to do their little trickery and bullshit that daughters tend to do. She wants to go on a trip somewhere and she wants $50,000 from daddy to go on the trip. Well, guess what? Marjorie's there. And eventually Margie's going to get to the point where, do we really need to give her that $50,000? You see, so now Marjorie, she's trying to, mind you, that's now her husband. So now she has technically more rights to his resources than his daughters from his ex-wives because they're grown women, right? They're supposed to be off on their own. So Marjorie's like, okay, you're my husband. I'm supposed to be reaping all the benefits. Yet there's these other females whom are of no relation to her, because mind you, Marjorie does have her daughters, but at the same time, Steve's daughters, like I said, they're not related. So if Steve's daughter come up and be like, hey, I want $50,000 on this trip, daddy, blah 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 blah, you know how girls do. Please, daddy, please. So then Margie might work and eventually it'll come to the point where Margie will work on Steve like they need to grow up. You're paying too much. These are unnecessary expenditures, etc., etc. And then eventually, the $50,000 trip that the daughters are used to going on turns into a $5,000 trip. You see, so there'll be a drastic reduction, if not at all. Meaning that 5,000 might eventually go down to zero. Let's just be real. If Marjorie had her way, I'm pretty sure it'd go down to zero. But that's just female nature because that's her husband now. She has the benefits. Like I said, I don't know if there's a prenup or not. I don't know. But if there, I hope there is. My God, I hope there is because if not, some of the things he says later, it worries me because it's like, okay, he's literally setting himself up for the exact same, if not worse, situation that happened with his second wife. Because apparently, for his wife to move the assets around means that she had the keys to the kingdom. He gave her access to all everything. For her to do what she did, to pretty much take all the, and mind you, I think he said this happened after they were divorced. So for her to have access to his bank accounts and all his assets, to take the money like that and leave him broke, pretty much, which technically, if you if you go from making over 30 million doing something, and then all of a sudden you got $1,700 in your account, you broke. You're broke. So for him to go through that with his second wife, he was on the verge of saying fuck marriage altogether and just f- pretty much flying chicks in and out, right? He was on the verge of that. And for whatever reason, he took a chance with Marjorie. And I get, a Marjorie did her part. I will respect where respect is due. Marjorie did her part in convincing him to take another shot. I give it to her. She did what she had to do. He gave her the keys of the kingdom, by all means. Not to mention, she kind of knew that he had that googly eyes for her, and she was a bit of a gem for him. She was a nostalgic gem for him. By all means, do your thing. But what he's saying in his relationship, I am hoping it's true, because otherwise he is leaving himself open, wide ass open, to what had already just happened in his second divorce. And he does say that. Now he did say something worrisome. Like I said, I wonder why the daughters were, like, it was just the daughters that were against it. The four girls were against the marriage. The three boys were like, "Hey, do your thing. We cool with it." I'm just wondering why that dynamic played out like that. It's interesting. Now, that's an interesting choice of words there. Might be a tell, but he does say, "I love this girl." He's referring to Marjorie. So remember the nostalgic factor. He met and dated her before he got on, when he was in his 20s, I'm assuming, or early 30s. And he talked about him when he eventually went broke and was homeless, and of course, surprise, surprise, she wasn't there anymore. But then he met back up with her later in life, right? So instead of her referring to her as a woman, because like I said, words have meaning, and there's a reason why he said girl. I mean, it could be nothing, but I'm just saying that there could be a reason where, because he used it multiple times. He said, "I met this girl. I love this girl." You know. Now he talks about the house that he bought. Now this is where some things, some senses kind of rung for me. Now this is where they talk about the going fishing and shit. But talks about Marjorie. It's referenced into his to Marjorie and some of the access he's allowing her, when it pertains to his finances and stuff. And he talks about how she's the one that bought the current house they're in. Now, mind you, he wanted, I think it was the Tyler Perry house. Now, he wanted the house. And she knew that. So this goes into play like some people look at this and they'd be like, "Oh, that's a down ass chick." Yeah, she could be, but there are some things that made me worry later because yeah, she could be a down ass chick, and it would. But at the same time, if I was really trying to convince this man that I'm really like to like, oh, don't worry, baby, I'm on your side. He knew she wanted a house around the block, right? That may or may not have been. I think it was smaller actually, but go figure. This is actually a strategy. This is actually a strategy, a negotiation strategy, where you make them think you want one thing, but you really want the other thing. So mind you, the way he's saying it, she really wanted this house that was around the block from the Tyler Perry house, which was much bigger and much more extravagant, right? I found that interesting. Now, maybe she had her own taste. I don't know, maybe but apparently the way he's describing the Tyler Perry house, plus he has the money and whatnot, where they can always remodel shit if they want to, right? But he was like, yeah, he really wanted the Tyler Perry house, right? But notice this. Now, it could have been one of those things where he just went out there and got it on his own, but it has much more value where say she actually wanted that house too. Well, if I were to leverage this, what I would do is I would make them think that I'm not interested in the house, but I would get it for them. I would work my way into getting it for them, meaning for him. I'm like, hey, I don't really want this house, but you really want this house, and this house is for you. I'm gonna get it for you. You see? So, in a way, it's like solidifying any doubts that I'm not all in or on your side or for you, that type of deal. You see? So now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh, there actually could be a little bit more here than just she worked out the deal to get that house. Because what woman would take a smaller house? Now, mind you, like I said, he said she wanted the house around the block, but it wasn't that house. It was small, it was a little smaller and whatnot. But that's the one she claimed she wanted, right? For whatever reasons, right? But what woman wouldn't want to live in a big, extravagant house with acreage? And it's Tyler Perry's former place, meaning it has some oomph to it. It's not just any old house. Like this is the house on the block. What woman wouldn't want that? That right there was one of the concerns. And I'm like, wait a second. So you're in one of those dynamics where you bring the check home and then you let your wife handle all that, if you know what I mean. So he's giving her unlimited access, which explains how his second wife was able to do what she did. He gave for whatever reason he gave them unlimited access to everything. So that right there again, and he's talking about how that's how much he trusted her. And then at the same time, notice how he follows that up. Because mind you, he knows the issues with what he's saying here. And he knows how vulnerable it's making him, especially because of what he just said earlier about what his ex-wife did, right? So it's like, okay, dude, you literally got fucked over, probably doing the exact same thing you're doing right now. So, in addition to that, he doesn't know how much money he's got in the bank, but she does. That's an issue. That's a problem for me. That's an issue. Just because it goes like, okay, dude, okay, yeah, you're out here. And actually, I've had a suspicion when he was saying about how Marjorie was, he credits the success after him and Marjorie got together. I had a suspicion where there might have been a dynamic where Marjorie's doing her thing at the house, but she's also pushing him out there to do more and more gigs so he can earn more and more money. Therefore, she can reap more and more benefits. In a way, the pig gets fatter. And I've always had that suspicion because I'm like, okay, why are you crediting her with all of this? Is she the real reason why you're doing all? Because mind you, he's doing a lot of shit. He's doing a lot of shit. Like I read one of the comments and they were talking like one of the guys down here. Um, I don't know if it's on this one, but there was a comment from someone down here, and he was like, he worked with Steve on one of the shows, one of the TV shows he was at, and where the hell did that comment go? Now I'm trying to figure out where the hell this comment went. But he worked with Steve on one of the shows, and he said like how he had did the show with Steve. He had went, and I guess he slept in his car because some people, you're short on time. He went to sleep in his car after the show, and he woke up and Steve was already on the fucking radio on his radio show. So he was showing like this motherfucker was out there just doing his thing, like unbelievable work ethic. And there's only few reasons why I would do that. Sometimes it's natural, but sometimes it's like they have an extra motivator or incentive to do it. And I'm wondering if for him, because there are some dudes where a woman can push some guys to do a little more. Um, and to be honest, it should be natural. It should be a little more natural because once you have the type of dynamic he actually does talk about, where it is reciprocal. Um, that's actually ideal. That's actually how you're supposed to do it. You're masculine, you're doing your part, which allows her to do her feminine part, which allows you to do more of your masculine part. And it's supposed to feed off of one another. That's how it's supposed to be. So I'm not coming from it as like a point where something's odd here and that's unnatural. No, that's actually how it's supposed to be. But now it's making me wonder, like, into his mind and why he's saying some of the stuff he's saying, and he's going through that process of saying that stuff because um it's like, okay, she had him out here doing this thing, and he does mention like how he does like when he's tired, and he's probably dead ass tired after doing all the shit he's doing, and he get home and she's right there taking care of him and everything, right? So I'm like, the road anymore, and he's not doing, he's not earning the large checks like he used to. And that's actually probably one of the reasons why a lot of them go broke after. Yeah, the majority of them go broke after. But yeah, that was something I found an issue with because I'm like, okay, wait a second. You went with all that mess with your second wife, and then you have a woman with a fairly questionable background. You so-called known her, but I mean, let's just be real. There's some ladies that I knew when they were in their 20s and teens they'd said some stuff to me, and let's just say it wasn't true. And life is I guess one of the best truths, I guess you could say, because if you are something, eventually you'll live your life as it. But if you aren't, life will tell, right? So life eventually exposes them, and then of course you learn more stuff and you learn how people lie. But I th- I have there's my spidey sense is going off a little bit with this, and I'm assuming, okay, after the shows, after, because he alludes to doing a special, so I'm assuming when around the time he's gonna stop the TV thing, he's gonna do like a Netflix special or something like Dave Chappelle and them did. So he's kind of alluding to that. So I'm pretty sure once I see a Steve Harvey special on Netflix or something, I'm pretty sure he's probably going to retire. And I'm like, okay, that's when we'll figure out whether or not he chose wisely. When when he referenced that thing with the spouse, but also the issue with the possible spending habits and or the access that he's giving Marjorie, you know. So I'm just we'll see. We'll have to see. I mean, we can't do anything but see. But then again, much like Jada and Will's relationship, you won't know until the shit hits the fan. Like everything will look good, seem good. And I'm not gonna lie, in that case, in the Smiths case, I always wondered. I'm like, why is y'all kids so fucked up? And then of and then of course, then you find out all the bullshit that was happening in their marriage, and you're like, oh, now it all makes sense. You see, so things eventually come back full circle. But yeah, but there is that concern, right? But they'll do it. They'll frame things in a way where it seems like they're being a nice all that wife and sacrificing, but technically, if you think about it, technically they aren't because there's a nefarious motive behind all of it, right? It's actually a fairly advanced level of course she's an older woman, so that's actually that's why I said it's a fairly advanced level of manipulation there. Um, in the pertaining to the house and everything. If what I'm saying is true, if it was that situation where it's like she framed it as if she was doing it for him, when really that's the house that she actually wanted, but she wanted to, do that kind of thing, um, as like a big hoorah for him or whatever. Um, but first they'll do that for as long as they can. Usually The good ones, it can last a couple of years, so they can get in there real good. But let's just be real, Marjorie's already in there real good, so it can only go downhill from here, right? Which is why I'm about to say what the next phase is. Now, the next phase is used. Now they want to try to back off because, mind you, imagine you've been faking something for 2, 3 years, right? So you could fake it for a good 2, 3 years, and then you get exhausted after a while. Yeah, your real self comes out every now and then, but you kind of put the face back on. Remember the mask I was talking about? You put the mask on, you're wearing the mask, but every now and then you gotta take the mask off to breathe. Well, what happens is eventually you're kind of gauging whether or not you've worked your way into a position where you can actually take the mask off. If not entirely, but for the majority of the time. So now it flips throughout and you're supposed to ease your way into it. So now it flips to where at the beginning you were wearing the mask all the time, damn near all the time. You might have taken it off like once or twice a year, right? And then eventually it flips to where, okay, now you're not wearing the mask damn near all the time. And then every now and then when things are starting to get really bad, then you put the mask back on. So it's supposed to flip, right? But when it flips, that's actually you being your real self. That's you being your true self, right? Because that's who you were all along. Everything before that was just to get yourself into a position that you are. So I'm hoping, in his case that that's not the case. But, like I said, I'm always skeptical. I'm always looking for potential dangers, and that's why I'm saying like what he's saying can't relate to the modern situation with relationships because they're in a different generation than mine. What he's all the shit he's saying, what I'm telling you and how I'm breaking it down is exactly how I'm seeing it would play out for me, a guy in my situation, in my age group, and younger, right? And older, so, because like I said, we have yet to see whether or not there will be that decline because you can only do something for but so much. So there will be an eventual decline, and we'll just have to see. And then that's when we'll see whether or not it turns into like a Dr. Dre, Nicole Young type of thing, where it's absolute cutthroat. I'm talking about cutthroat. So we'll see. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. But there are some issues. There are some issues. There are some concerns. When it comes to relationship advice, no. Steve Harvey, relationship advice, no. Now I'm wondering what the fuck Magic Marjorie. Hey, kudos to Marjorie. She got the deal done. Hey, I ain't even gonna lie. Respect. I don't know what the numbers was, but apparently it was enough to because when it comes to real estate, there's some low ball numbers where it's like okay that's an insult, and it was in whatever he was able to afford at the time and whatnot. Because Steve was already talking about like the income and whatnot. And that's why I was saying he gave Marjorie access to the funds, so she knows how much money he got, and he don't know how much money he got, which red flag there, right? But hey, I don't know what sorcery, what magic she worked, but it goes to whatever ability she has. So If you wondering, she can get some multi-million dollar deals done by all means. Hey, s- hats off to you, Marjorie. I will say that. And mind you, what he's doing now is exactly why what I was saying earlier. Just the way he's talking about, you know how I got this house? Yeah, it's because of Marjorie. Like just like that. That's why I said she might have wanted the house, but there was a benefit in her framing it in a way to get it specifically for him. Also, it for her to do it, I don't like I said, I don't know what magic she worked. She probably worked behind the scenes, if anything. But another thing is when you do something, um, and you can make it look easy. This is something that professionals tend to do. They do something, make it look easy. Um, it gives it a little more oomph to it. Like he's giving it a type of like in that case, he used it as this thing like that was God or it was a miracle type thing because it was like you see how he led up to it, like the real estate agent was like, oh, he'll never sign for that. He was trying to he was leading up to it just to give it a little more like she accomplished the impossible, right? Because mind you, like I said, you're dealing with someone that is religious. She knows this, so there it gives it that type of that holy feeling like this was God's this was by God, that type of thing for him because he got the house. He really wanted that house. I'm pretty sure he told her he really wanted that house, and he even references, she said she did it for him and all that. That's why I said there was incentive for her to do that because he's literally talking about it right now. I'm pretty sure this is not the first, this isn't the only time, and this is not going to be the last time he talks about that. And that's the point. Also, this helps in the future because now, like, if he actually would have saved up to get the house that she wanted, say there's some issue in the future, he would have been like, well, I got this house for you. I didn't even want this house. I wanted that house. But I got this house for you because, just to kind of give weight to him and his willingness to, produce for her. But like I said, there was that incentive. What if she actually did want that Tyler Perry house? There would have been more incentive for her to go ahead and get it. So now, if there were that type of situation to happen, he can't sit up there and say he got that house for her. She got that house for him. Now, mind you, she bought the house with his money. But mind you, she can turn around and say she bought that house for him. Hey, hats off to you, Margie, because I'm seeing where I'm like, hey, she, she, I don't know if she is or isn't, but she playing the game like nobody else. Like, I mean, she's in contention with Chris and the Kardashians. Like, she in contention with them. Like, if not, she probably done surpassed them because she actually was able to keep her dude or actually get him later in life. Like, it's on another level with whatever Marjorie done did to this dude. Of course, he's made it a little easy for her, just because he's giving her all this access. But he's a bit old fashioned, we'll let it be. But like I said, he's a once in a lifetime type of dude but she's absolutely capitalizing. Because it's one thing if it was like a Ciara Russell Westbrook type, not Westbrook, sorry, um, Russell Wilson type thing, where it's almost too obvious that it's exploitation. But it's she's playing the part and then she's good at it. Because what I just explained to you, I bought this house for you. That's and if you know anything about arguing with a woman, you already know there's going to be some shit coming up. And that's definitely going to be something that she says. Absolutely. Even though technically she bought it with his money. That's crazy. Damn. Yo. Because she can actually do that. She could be like, I bought this house for you. and he has no, I mean, I doubt he's going to be the type of man where I mean, just from judging off of this, I doubt he's going to retort and say, "Yeah, you did it with my money." I mean, he could. He probably could. But let's just be real. That's in her pocket. I'm just saying, that's in her pocket. So, there are some issues there. There are some concerns. Obviously, like I said, when it comes to relationship advice, no. Um, yeah, that's why I was like, anybody I listen to, I don't care how good you are at things. Um, there's I can only count them on my hand the people. One of them being, of course, Jason Black. There's very few people on this planet where I can agree on most, if not all, things. Like period. To this date, there's of course there's subjective things that we personally prefer, but when it comes to just general objective life reality, power dynamics, for example, because power, power is, it is what it is. So people have we all have our tendencies, we all have our desires, we all have um our wants out of life, right? Motives. And when you think about it, like there is that, it's usually the motive is in relation to power, in our relation to people around us, in our relation in society. So it all correlates, which is why the ideology from the business from JB, yes, it just is what it is. I can't disagree. Like I say that all the time. Like it's not even really about just agreeing. It's like I can't disagree. Like the stuff that's there, like I can't disagree. To this day, I have yet to see a video or any content where it's like I can't disagree. Like I can't. It is what it is. And I'm referring to the business with Jason Black, of course. Aside from that, there's very few people. Like even, yeah, there's very few people where like I can agree about everything. Even Jordan Peterson, like some of the great minds when it comes to their professions and their craft. Like, yeah, they're good at what they do. Jordan Peterson's good at psychology, but personal life, other stuff, not so much. I wouldn't take that advice. But as a psychologist, yes, you know what I'm saying. So it's like same thing with Scott Galloway, same thing with Robert Greene, same thing with all of those people. Like in their fields, in their respective fields, yes. But like the more personal matters, not so much, right? Not so much. So you got to kind of have the wherewithal to know, okay, who's the person that's talking? What's their background? Of course, sometimes you have limited information. Like if you're meeting an old head out in public, you can kind of just judge, okay, what he's wearing and what he's driving and where he lives at and what he's telling you and what he sounds like and what his chick look like, you know. So you kind of judge whether or not you want to take their advice because, it matters. If you're going to give me some life on business, if you're not where I want to be financially, say you're 20 years older than me, but you're not 20 years ahead of me, you know, yeah, the market's changed, but at the same time, you could have some advice. It's going to be similar enough to where I might not be able to, like I was saying, like the Warren Buffetts and the Ray Dalios and whatnot. Yes, they were able to make the money they were able to make in their time. I might not be able to copy them and make the same amount. I might be able to get a similar result, but I might not be able to make nearly as much as they were able to make because they were able to make it. They were in a time where it was the most beneficial. You see, where they were able to capitalize the most from it, right? And that's how it is sometimes. But you have to kind of assess. Before you're taking advice from people, you have to assess, you have to look at them, you have to really listen, break it down. I like to analyze, everything they're saying, how they're breaking it down, the words that they're using, the consistency. If you're going to say something, I'm going to remember it. So if you say something some months or years later, I'm going to remember what you first said, and I'm going to make sure, okay, it's consistent, it lines up. Or I'm going to remember, say you say something about one subject and you say something about a tertiary subject, do they does it all coincide? Does it all go together? Is it in, or is it in conflict? Is there a contradiction? You see? So you got to get good at that. I will say that. You got to get good at that. But then again, when you're black, especially today, especially in modern times, you got to be ahead just to be, to be honest. You got to be ahead. You got to be better just to get the same, if that, right? But I managed to do this live. I was going to do recorded. I actually managed to survive doing a live. 4 hours of me talking my head off. Jesus Christ. 4 hours. I mean, there's some clips here and there too. I actually was able to break down some of the things I was saying in the interview. Some potential moments in contention there, right? Time will tell. Like I said, I can't know everything about everybody, but it was actually a good interview. So I will say, hey, kudos to Shannon. Like I subscribed, Club Shay Shay. Interesting name, but hey, I see. Now, of course, like I said, Shannon's one of those people where I've seen him on TV with sports and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, he can, and actually Steve talked about it too, and during the interview, yeah, he can actually relate to the players. He gives extra context to it as to why they do some of the things they do and the decisions that they make. So I will say that, yes, that was absolutely true because that's one of the things I myself also recognize with Shannon. However, um, as is true with a lot of the wealthier black men that were able to get out and ahead, and they kind of want to be accepted by the dominant society. Sometimes they'll say things and do things that come off a bit coonish, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. That's just it's their life, but it is what it is. It's not mine, but it is what it is. Thanks for staying with me for this one, man. I swear, because it's been a while. Been going through some things in life, working damn near 5, 6 days a week, 12 to 14 hours a day. Yeah. Actually, I was off tonight specifically because my daughter was concerning me today, and I just wanted to spend some time with her. She got a bit of a coughing fit. I think I got her sick this time because I had a sickness. I think I got her sick, but she's usually getting me sick. But thanks for watching, for anybody. If you lasted this long, man, kudos to you. Thanks for watching. And again, very good interview. All of the links in the description. You should be able to see those in the description of this video. Again, smash the like button. It's late night, technically. Technically, it's morning time. 7 past 7 a.m. Jesus, 8:30 a.m. Wednesday, May the 3rd. What the hell was I thinking? Then again, I just wanted to get this one out there. Plus, this is technically like nighttime for me. I'm actually about to go to bed. But again, thanks for watching. Until next time, folks, this was the Reflex.